Susan?
Good evening, sir. Good morning.
Okay, dear all, let's start our function. With great joy and exultation, I wish all dignitaries, resource persons, delegates, and participants a very warm good morning. Myself, Cindy Joseph, moderator of today's program. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here for the first international conference on advanced modern computing trends and technology. Technology around the world is facing challenges of COVID, economic recession, increased amount of data, inequality, and climate change. Considering these complexities and opportunities, there's a need for technical strategies in functional dimensions of technology, such as development, deployment, innovation, and so on. Academicians, practitioners, research scholars have an opportunity to identify and develop strategies for combating these issues. In this regard, Research Hub, Department of Computer Application, Kristu College of Management and Technology is organizing an international conference to address these challenges. Conference outcomes shall sensitize and share knowledge that would help the students, individuals, organizations to address these pressing challenges. This virtual conference will dive into current research in the field of computer science and its applications in identifying new or upcoming trends and opportunities. Here, participants shall also have a chance to listen to virtual presentations as well as learn the research publication workshops. So take it as a unique opportunity to learn from your peers and discover new perspectives on emerging technologies or topics. Let's start with a prayer. Prayer. It's a mark of our undying tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Like the great philosopher Soren Kierkegaard once said, the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of one who prays. I like to call upon Ms. Sunanda Rajagopal, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Application for the prayer. Sunanda, Ms.
सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्वी नावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति.
Thank you, Sunanda, Miss. We all feel blessed indeed. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Here we have a dynamic leader, Mr. Roji Thomas, Head Department of Computer Application and Research Hub Coordinator, whose tireless effort has helped our department to grow to its full blow. Now I request you, sir, to deliver the welcome speech. Roji, sir, please.
Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. Greetings from Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology. Respected Principal, Reverend Father Joshi Chirankuri CMI, Sri Hari Krishnan P, Honorable Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala. Dr. Varghese Anthony, Vice Principal of the college, distinguished resource persons, the members of the evaluation chair, all the participants in this conference, the faculty members of the computer application department and other departments of Kristu Jyoti College, and my dear students. Today, through this unique international conference on advanced modern computing trends and technology, we are introduced to the sophisticated realms of postmodern computing, technological proficiencies, and the latest trending competencies. We have got certain outstanding figures as the resource persons of this international conference who will get us acquainted with the incredible possibilities in the world of postmodern computing and technology. The task assigned to me today is to welcome each and every prominent person gathered here in this inaugural function. Reverend Father Joshi Chirankuri CMI, Principal, Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, is a personality of right managerial skills, efficient handling of issues of multiple wavelengths, honesty, sincerity, humane attitude, and straightforward mentality. He has always backed us, all of us, in all the endeavors we have undertaken under the stewardship of the Computer Application Department of Kristu Jyoti College. I most cordially welcome Father Joshi Chirankuri to this function. Sri Hari Krishnan Pri, Honorable Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, is known for his mindset of down-to-earth nature. Through his friendly dealings, lovely tone, tenor, versatility, positive frame of mind, and open-hearted approach, he has emerged as within the administrative wing of Mahatma Gandhi University. Hari Krishnan sir has always been a well-wisher of Kristu Jyoti College. I most humbly welcome Harikrishnan sir to this function. Dr. Varghese Anthony, Vice Principal of Kristu Jyoti College, is an individual filled with calm and quiet demeanor, administrative acumen, and prompt dealing. I welcome him to this function. A teacher and a perfect example of how a teacher should be. I welcome Dr. O.T. George to this function. Mr. Coordinator of the IQAC and Mrs. Binny S., the convener of this international conference under the Research Hub, have put on their hardship to bring this conference into reality. I welcome both the faculties to the function. It is my pleasure to welcome all my dear colleagues and members of the administrative staff to this function. Without their wholehearted support and backing, this conference would not have seen the light of the day. I also welcome all the members of the Kristu Jyoti group who have extended their full-fledged support to this international conference. Finally, a warm welcome to all the participants in particular and student community in general to this function. Without your hard work and ample support, this conference wouldn't have got underway. Welcoming all of you once again to this mammoth scale international conference, let me conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roji sir, for your earnest welcome address. Reverend Father Joshi Chiramkuri CMI, Principal, Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, is a colossal figure who has led the management at his command with verve and efficiency. Through his humane attitude, willingness to get things done promptly, effective dealings, soft-spoken demeanor, insightful observations, affable manners, intellectual caliber, and visionary leadership, he has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that he is the person behind all the noble endeavors of Kristu Jyoti College. I cordially request you, dear Father, to grace us with your presidential address. Please, Father.
Most respected Harikrishnan sir, the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Varghese Anthony, Vice Principal, Dr. O.T. George, Director, MCA Department, faculty members, participants, and my dear students. A warm good morning to all of you. I am greatly privileged to be the part of international conference on advanced modern computing trends and technologies. During the COVID-19 pandemic, technologies are playing a crucial role in keeping our society functional in a time of lockdowns and quarantines. And these technologies may have a lasting impact beyond COVID-19. We can easily identify the area in which the effect of technological advancement happen in a faster mode and their effects on how we do business, how we trade, how we work, how we produce goods, how we learn, how we seek our medical assistance or medical service, and how we entertain ourselves in a stressful situation like this. Though the terms like online shopping, online delivery, online teaching and learning work from home, online banking, telemedicine are familiar, but now they are part and parcel of our life. COVID-19 has demonstrated the importance of digital readiness that in way allow us to do business and life continue as usual during pandemics. Building the necessary infrastructure to support a digitalized world and stay connected and current in the latest technology will be the essential in today's scenario. In this respect, the significance and relevance of our academic interaction lies. I hope and firmly believe that the new insight evolved from our interaction will enable to identify the new innovations as well as the challenges we face today, especially in the field of modern computing trends and technologies that is prevailing all over the world. I accord my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to all our resource persons, moderators, participants, faculty members, and students that this academic endeavor of today will be a fruitful one. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to Harikrishnan sir, syndicate member, MG University, wholeheartedly accepting our invitation to inaugurate this two-day national conference. Sincere congratulations to all the faculties and the students who have taken a lot of pain from the computer science department, and appreciation according to accuracy coordinators, Sushil sir and Anu Hanemis, to organize such a meaningful program. Without taking too much time as an introductory notes, according best wishes to all participants and the organizers of this program, and praying to Almighty God to bless you abundantly and keep you safe. With these words, I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Today we have with us Mr. Harikrishnan P., Syndicate Member, Mahatma Gandhi University, and Associate Professor, NSS College, Rajakumari, Idukki District. He is a man of distinct vision and a fountain head of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge and experience, and inspiration to all of us. Dear sir, with profuse delight, I request you to inaugurate the function and thereby to deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir. Harikrishnan, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, one and all. Respected Chair, Principal of the College, Father Joshi Chiranguri, Vice Principal Dr. Varghese Anthony, Director of MCA Dr. O.T. George, Head of the Department of Computer Science, Mr. Roji Thomas, and my friend, IQAC Coordinator, Mr. Sushil George, Program Convener, Ms. Benny S., and other respected dignitaries honored of the dais, my dear friends and students. On behalf of MG University, I welcome you all to this international conference. These type of conferences open up new arenas of high-level debates, which leads to refinement of ideas. We are privileged to meet new people who are heroes in their respective areas. By this type of supporting, sharing, we can strengthen and we can update ourselves to new trends in our fields. The ultimate aim of education is creation of new knowledge. researchers lead to new knowledge. Our education system focuses more on research-based education. We are expecting qualitative, productive, dynamic research in every walks of our life. These type of conferences support our intention to support promotion of research. This two-day online international conference focuses on advanced modern trends and technology. The discussions in this conference concentrates on cryptocurrency, Hadoop machine learning techniques, frameworks, robotics, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc. These topics are of utmost importance, utmost relevance in today's research and industry. Kristu Jyoti College is a pioneer in conducting these type of innovative programs. I appreciate the institution's effort, institution's vision and mission. Kristu Jyoti College is always a trendsetter. Hope that Kristu Jyoti will continue its initiative to decipher knowledge. The efforts in coordinating such a great event with resource persons from across the globe needs to be appreciated. So, through the advancement of technology, we are brought close to each other. The world itself is a classroom. Though separated by distance, we are united in our mission to share the knowledge. COVID pandemic made it faster. It's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this great event. It is for the second time I am participating in the events organized by Kristu Jyoti fraternity. The teamwork of the management, principal, along with the teachers and students makes Kristu Jyoti unique. And I feel the strong pillars behind the success of Kristu Jyoti are its teachers. I cherish and enjoy my friendship with the teaching faculty of the college and especially the teachers of the computer science department. I extend my sincere gratitude for inviting me to this great innovative program. With your permission, I am inaugurating this international conference on advanced modern trends and technology. I wish all success for this great event and for all future endeavors in the academic life. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Harikrishnan sir, for your inspiring words. Once again, thank you, sir, for your great support and encouragement. Dr. Verghese Antony, Vice Principal, Kristu Jyoti College, is an unblemished character of high intelligence. Through his insatiable desire for teaching, his indomitable spirit of doing things assigned to him in a meticulous manner, and his down-to-earth attitude, he has become a force to reckon with in the Kristu Jyoti College. I humbly extend my invitation to such an incredible professor of worthy kind for the felicitation. Or to you, sir.
Most respected President of the session, Reverend Father Joshi Chiranguli CMI, Principal of Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, Chief Guest of today's program, Professor Harikrishnan P, Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Dr. O.T. George, Director MCA, Professor Roji Thomas, Head of the Department of Computer Science, Professor Sushil George Joseph, Convener of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, other faculty members of the Computer Science Department of Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, and my dear participants. A warm good morning to one and all. At the outset, I congratulate the Department of Computer Science of Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology for organizing this type of an international webinar for 2 days. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digitalization and automation, allowing companies to remain resilient even in adversity. A substantial digital revolution is taking place all over the world. Innovation, agility, and market developments are all accelerated by technological advancements. Many businesses adopted disruptive technologies and modified their business models. The pandemic's effect will be felt for a long time, and the digital transition will continue. If the businesses do not keep up with technological trends, it will be challenging to overcome the error. Advanced technology will continue to change our lives and the way we operate, opening up enormous opportunities for businesses worldwide. Some of the important technology developments that everyone should know what to look for, adopt, and take with them are artificial intelligence, 5G and enhanced connectivity, edge computing, Internet of Behaviors, quantum computing, blockchain, cybersecurity, human augmentation, distributed cloud, augmented reality, and virtual reality. These will be the top technology developments all of us should be aware of it in the coming years. This type of an international conference will definitely help us to know more about these technology developments. I congratulate the Department of Computer Science of Kristu College of Management and Technology for organizing this type of an international conference and wish all success to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Varghese sir. All good things come to an end. In ordinary life, we hardly realize that we receive a great deal more than we give, and that it is only with gratitude that life becomes rich. Mr. Sushil Joseph, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Application and Icamtt Coordinator, Kristu College, is a persona of positive frame of mind and strong determination. I request Sushil sir to thank one and all present here. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. Respected Mr. Harikrishnan P., Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, Associate Professor of Rajakumari NSS College, Kerala. Today's conference advisors, Reverend Father Joshi Chirangudi CMI, Dr. Varghese Anthony, Dr. Oti George, Distinguished Speaker Chair, Evaluation and Review Chairs, Conference, and dear faculty members of Kristu College of Management and Technology, and my dear students. Today is the biggest day in the history of Computer Application Department of Kristu, organized by the Research Hub of Computer Application, and we are brimming with pride and honor for having accomplished so far. This conference is undoubtedly going to be one of the biggest international conferences of this kind in this region. More than 200 representatives and multiple colleges and participants around the globe have participated in this ceremony. And I think it is a huge success in itself and precursor to the successful participation of candidates in the conference. On behalf of the Kristu College of Management and Technology, I express my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Harikrishnan P., Syndicate Member of Mahatma Gandhi University, who readily accepted our invitation and inaugurated the conference. We are indebted to your presence and the resourceful address you gave. Thank you, sir. We expect your warm support in the future endeavors too. Next, I thank our principal, Reverend Father Joshi Chiranguri CMI, who takes a keen interest in ensuring that all the activities in our college are well planned and well executed. He is an able teacher, administrator, and mentor. He continues to inspire us by his dedication to this institution. Thank you, dear Father. I also thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Varghese Antony, for his meticulous felicitation at today's program. We cherish your wishes and support. Thank you, sir. Next, I take this opportunity to thank the head of our department, the conference director, Mr. Roji Thomas, for his able guidance and backup. Thank you, sir. A word of gratitude to the conference convener and the coordinator of Research Hub, Ms. Binias, who puts in her strenuous effort for the progress of the Research Hub under her stewardship. This Research Hub is sure to reach its pinnacle of glory in the imminent future. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, in a word, I thank all of the participants, the evaluation chair, the review members, and the speakers for your presence, all-hearted cooperation and participation throughout this inaugural session and this ceremony. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushil sir. Here we have come to the end of our inaugural session. The different sessions will start from 10:30 a.m. onwards. I wish all dear participants a fruitful session ahead. Thank you, one and all.
Dr. Farooq, good morning. Can you hear me? Dr. Farooq, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm Roji Thomas from Kristu Jyoti College.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Sir, if you want to share your slide, we can just have a check whether your slide is whether you're able to slide your share your slide properly.
So,
you can check.
I can do it on the screen share or just I send you somewhere.
So you can do it by using screen share. We have made you co-host. It shows you have started screen sharing, but the screen is not visible.
Time, but I think that it's not visible.
No. Till now it has not come.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Let me just check.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see it now, sir. Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you, sir. Or shall we start the seminar? Shall we start the session, sir?
Yes, I am okay. If you are okay, I will just start it.
Okay, I'm handing over to Ms. Sina Matthew. She will be the moderator of this session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
A very warm good morning to one and all. I welcome you all to the first session of the International Conference on Advanced Modern Computing Trends and Technology 2021, organized by the Department of Computer Application, Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology in association with IQAC. Myself, Sina Matthew, Faculty, Department of Computer Application. The first session for the day is cryptocurrency, and the resource person is Dr. Farooq Habib. Dr. Farooq Habib is a co-founder and managing director of Alif Technologies, Dubai. He's an advisor, consultant, trainer, and product developer by profession with a strong educational background and vast global experience. He's in the field of blockchain, IoT, artificial intelligence, big data, and predictive analytics. Therefore, he has contributed in several projects, researches, corporate trainings, workshops, and consultation work. Previously, he was a researcher at International Sharik Research Academy, ISRA, a research institute under the Central Bank of Malaysia. He is also the co-editor of ISRA Journal, which is indexed by ESCI and Scopus, and a reviewer of various reputed academic journals. We are such privileged to have such an eminent personality to handle this session on cryptocurrency. I cordially welcome you, sir, to handle this session. I request all the participants to make sure that your mic is muted. If you have any queries, feel free to post them in the chat box. We'll be getting back to them right after the session. Now, for the most anticipated moment, without wasting much more time, let us move on to the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Sina. It is indeed a pleasure to be here, and I feel honored to be speaking in this conference with you guys and the students. It's again a pleasure. So let me just quickly start my presentation. So you can see my screen. Can you confirm, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just make it full screen. Okay. We are going to talk about crypto assets, and it will be an introductory session, but we will be also touching base on some of the advanced concepts in crypto assets and latest developments. And I hope that it will be beneficial and interesting for you. So let me just start with crypto assets, the basic explanation, and we are going back to the basics. So we have got a lot of definitions. Various people have defined cryptocurrencies in various ways. So some of them, they say that it's a digital and virtual currency that is secured by cryptography, which makes it nearly impossible to counterfeit and double spend. Now, before moving on, this is a very strongest feature of cryptocurrencies because in a digital world, digital experts and IT experts, they know very well that it is really, really hard to ensure that one thing is not copied, because once you have a digital form of anything, you can make digital copies of it. So it was really, really hard to ensure that one thing is not counterfeited, and one person is not able to make copies, digital copies of the same thing. We know that in the movies, you have people can basically have a digital copy of a movie and then can place it on so many places. Same goes for songs, music, and for art. So it was really difficult task, because for a currency, if you are making a digital copies of a currency, then of course it will be really difficult for that currency to work, because currencies are basically limited and they are very unique. They have to be very unique. So now with cryptographic techniques, we will be talking a little bit about blockchain, the underlying platform of crypto assets, that it was a very unique idea to basically ensure that the system is secured and there is no copy, digital copy, which can be created out of the system, so that like there is no fraud, no scam, and not counterfeit activities. So, and in other words, in crypto asset, we call it double spending. The problem of double spending, that I have one, for example, one form of currency, but I spend it in two different places. So that is also the form of counterfeiting and the problem of double spending. So because of that, people have defined it in a way that it is impossible, nearly impossible to counterfeit it and double spend such type of cryptocurrency. Kaspersky, again, another one, another very big firm, they defined cryptocurrency it's a digital payment system that does not rely on financial intermediaries like banks to verify transactions. So who verifies transaction is basically the community itself, which are called miners, or we can call them computer nodes as well, which are participating in the network. And so there are different definitions of cryptocurrencies, but I would like to basically introduce you to a very different perception about this whole phenomena, a very different and unique perspective on it. So in my understanding, the terminology itself, cryptocurrency, is a misnomer. Because if you look at the whole phenomena now, it has evolved into something bigger than currencies, something bigger than transactions. So because of that, cryptocurrency terminology for this whole phenomena is wrong. And what should we call them? They are actually crypto assets, because now it has become itself a complete and independent form of an asset class. And that is why the correct terminology should be crypto assets rather than cryptocurrencies. And then we will be talking about in later slides that under crypto assets, we have cryptocurrencies, of course, but currency itself is a type of an umbrella asset class, which has different things as well. So a crypto asset, what is it? If we define it, then it's a digital representation of value that uses cryptographic technique for encryption. So here, three terminologies are very important. Number one is digital, so which means that it's virtual, you cannot see it, there is no physical form of it. Although like you might have seen that the picture of Bitcoin, but that is basically not a Bitcoin. Bitcoin itself is nothing but a token generated by the blockchain platform. And it is, if you really want to look at it, it's basically a hash function. That's it. So it's a digital form of asset. And another second thing is value, which is very, very important. Why? Because whenever we want to understand this whole phenomena, whenever we want to see that, categorize this phenomena, that, okay, how many crypto assets there are, or if we would like to understand in different perspective, from the regulatory perspective, from the compliance perspective, and from other various purposes, business, commercial, economics perspective, then this factor, which is value, becomes very, very crucial and important. For example, value can, for these digital representation of value, the value can be derived from various sources. For example, you can derive the value of a crypto asset from trust of the people. Now, how you want to build that trust? Actually, it can basically, there are various ways to do that. For example, a trust can be developed within the system with the transparency and full public disclosure. So in case of the Bitcoin, this statement is very, very true. Trust can also be developed when basically a government issues a crypto asset or a cryptocurrency. So then people have trust in the government, people have trust in the fiat currency, which has been issued by the sovereign authorities or central banks. So again, it's a matter of trust. Then we have also value can be driven from commodity, underlying business, underlying project. And again, what I have said about state or government, it can also be driven by a state of government that people trust the value. For example, US dollar, Indian rupee, and UAE dirham. So all these national fiat currencies, they are basically running on the trust of the people. And because people trust that the government or the sovereign state or central bank will maintain a certain value of the asset they are holding. So because of that trust, they do the transaction on the basis of this. And because of that, digital currencies can also, digital assets or crypto assets can also drive their value from such kind of trust. And then the value can be driven from rights, benefits, usufruct, etc. also. Now, cryptographic technique is nothing but a technique for encryption and decryption, and it is there to ensure that any transaction or any activity or any transfer of value is basically secured and safe on a distributed ledger. So it uses public and private keys. We will be talking about it a little bit in the next slides as well. So let's move on. So if you look at the further explanation of crypto assets, so mainly they are divided into two types: coins and tokens. What is coin? So coin is basically a native digital asset. For example, you have a one blockchain platform, and that blockchain platform uses a certain type of asset or a certain type of token. So that token will be called coin because that coin is specific and native to that blockchain. For example, Bitcoin is basically a coin. Why? Because it has a native blockchain. Ethereum in that sense is also a coin because it has its own blockchain platform. So every coin which is native to a certain blockchain platform, it is called coin. Number two, that the usage of that coin is basically to pay the gas fees. The gas fees is basically when you have a blockchain platform, so people are doing transactions. When they do transactions, so they have to pay to the miners who are the validators of those transactions. When they are paying it, it is called, that payment or fee for the validation is called gas. Another form of gas fees is basically when you run a smart contract on a blockchain, so you have to pay to that smart contract or the fees. So that fees is also called gas. So mainly a coin is used to pay the transaction fees or the gas fees. And then that coin is only, the purpose of that coin is to just transfer the value from one party to another party. So if you can see that, like, the underlying utility, the underlying benefit is basically the platform itself, where it is basically transferring value from one party to another party. So examples are Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ripple, Ethereum. But Ethereum is a unique coin because it also represents an underlying asset or utility. So now we have come to the definition of token. The token itself, how it is being differentiated from a coin, because token will always have an underlying utility or a benefit. And then it derives its value from various sources. For example, it can derive its value from the usage of the smart contract. It can derive its value from any rights or a project or a commodity itself. So it is built on a different smart contract or a blockchain. For example, there are so many projects which are built on Ethereum blockchain itself. So Ethereum is a blockchain. It uses a coin which is called Ether, and that Ether is a hybrid coin. Hybrid in the sense that it is a coin because it has its own native blockchain, but in another sense, it is a token. It's also because it has a underlying utility. And other tokens are tokens because they are called tokens because they are built on Ethereum blockchain or any other blockchain. So they do not have their own native blockchain. Then tokens can be divided into utility, equity, commodity, and hybrid tokens. So for example, utility, it will have an underlying utility. Equity token is very similar to the representation, cryptographic digital representation of stocks and shares. And commodity token is basically derives its value from an underlying commodity. For example, gold-backed cryptocurrencies are a very good example of commodity tokens. And then hybrid, just like I have mentioned before, that hybrid tokens are tokens which also have different type of functions and characteristics. For example, they can have their own blockchain platform, but at the same time, they also have an underlying utility or underlying asset or underlying project. And they can also mix that it's a utility token because it represents a utility or a right, but it is also being used as a payment system. Just for the sake of transfer of value, it can be used. So in that sense, it's a hybrid token. Now, if you look at the whole taxonomy of crypto assets, the categorization, so crypto assets can be divided mainly into three. Number one is cryptocurrencies, which are currency, by the way. So like assets can be divided into currencies first. So these are basically meant to be used for payments and for financial settlements. And then you can also have tokens and hybrid assets. Hybrid assets are actually a combination of cryptocurrencies and tokens. Now, cryptocurrencies can be divided into unstable coins and stable coins. What are unstable coins? Unstable coins are actually the crypto assets which are designed to be payment system, but they derive their value from trust of the people or from the platform itself. Because of that, because their prices can go up and down. That is why they are called unstable coins. Stable coins are actually is a comparatively a new phenomena where you can basically have a form of reserves on top, and because of that reserve, on the basis of that reserve, you can issue cryptocurrencies. For example, Tether is a company, and they have US dollar reserves with them in their vaults, and on the basis of those reserves, they have issued their own token, which is called USDT, and that USDT is pegged against one US dollar, is pegged against US dollar. So if, let's suppose, they have $10 million in their reserves, they can only issue 10 million USDT, a cryptographic token, and that token will be pegged, one token will be pegged with the value of $1. So they are called stable coins. There are other forms of stable coins as well, but I think that to understand this phenomena, it is good enough to know that they have certain types of reserves. And then under utility token, under tokens, we can divide them into utility token and security tokens. Utility token are basically tokens which can give you a discount or a right or a benefit in the future, which can be basically attached to the ecosystem itself. Security tokens are different because security tokens can be asset-backed tokens, can be equity-backed tokens. Equity tokens, like I have already defined, that they are shares or stocks. And then you can also have investment tokens. For example, these are not shares and stocks, but they can be a unit of funds. For example, mutual fund can issue their security token as well. And then non-fungible token is a very latest form of tokens, but we will be talking about them in later slides. And then asset-backed tokens can be divided further into gold and silver-backed tokens, commodity tokens, and real estate tokens. Now, if you look at specifically in my previous slide, so I have mentioned about cryptocurrencies. So you would be thinking that, okay, how cryptocurrencies are different from electronic money. So here is basically the slide where I want to tell you that if you look at the phenomena, that electronic money, how does it work is basically that first you have money, for example, bank notes issued by a central bank in the physical form, and then you can basically store them in your bank account, and then bank account can be accessed online. So you can see e-money which is stored in your bank account, and it is kept, that the records of that bank accounts are kept with the bank. And then the user can spend money from the bank wherever they want. I mean, you can use now you can attach a credit card or a debit card, or you can also spend that money online doing shopping or whatever you would like to do. And then whenever you are low in deposit, you have to deposit more money, and that money can be used for further transactions. So again, the thing is, here you can see that your e-money is actually a representation of the value you have. So it is in that sense, like you have to have reserves first, and only then you will be able to spend them. You can also take bank, you can borrow from the bank also on credit. So that is basically a form of loan, but again, it is pegged against a certain form of reserve or a value which is there in the form of national fiat currency. But if you look at the cryptocurrency, so and you can see that like cryptocurrencies can be issued by the central bank, of course, but we will be talking about them later. But if a cryptocurrency, you can see that there is no financial intermediary or no bank. It can be stored in your e-wallet and then directly can be spent from your e-wallet to other parties. So user can spend money from the bank or from no bank. So it is no intermediary money. If you look at the historical development, that how did we reach here? So it is not like so many people think that actually Bitcoin was the first cryptographic money or cryptocurrency, and it just started in 2008 and 9. But actually, if you look at the building blocks of cryptocurrency and the concept of having cryptographic currency on internet, the idea went back all the way to 1989, where David Chaum basically tried to introduce DigiCash, and then the concept was centralized, to have a centralized money in the digital form, but it uses anonymous encrypted system. So like the parties of a transaction would not need to know each other to basically perform any transaction. But the problem was that the idea was very, very advanced at that level, and then people were not able to understand it. Because of that, there were so many regulatory requirements, and then afterwards, the idea did not take off. In 1996, B-Money by VDAI was a concept. He tossed it in a research paper on GitHub, but unfortunately what happened is that, again, it was only a concept where he talked about anonymous money, where parties do not have to know each other. So they are using blind algorithms, but also it incorporated proof of work system, which is basically part of Bitcoin. But it was only a concept, and there was no further development on the implementation side. And then in 1998, we had BitGold, proposed by Nick Szabo, again, anonymous, distributed, based on proof of work system. But I'm very curious to know that what were the reasons why it got rejected, or it failed, because BitGold was very, very similar to Bitcoin, and all the elements were already there in BitGold in 1998 to basically execute Bitcoin at that time. But I think that Satoshi Nakamoto came in. Again, this Satoshi Nakamoto is not a real person's name. We do not know who is behind it, if it is a person or group. But Satoshi Nakamoto was successfully able to introduce Bitcoin system in 2009 after 10 years of BitGold. I think that he was waiting for the financial crisis. We had financial crisis in 2007 and 8. And just after that, he introduced Bitcoin. And he was successfully able to create a community who can support this project. And he was able to successfully deploy it. And after 2 years, he disappeared again. So nobody knows that who is Satoshi Nakamoto, who is the founder of Bitcoin until now. And then people started looking at this project because it was an open source project, and people started experimenting and further pushing the ideas they had at that time. So we saw that in 2011, there were so many alternative coins. Alternative coins are basically, it's a terminology. Altcoins is a terminology used for coins or tokens which are other than Bitcoin. So we saw that the emergence of explosive emergence of Namecoin, Litecoin, Peercoin, and other so many coins. So technical development, if you look at it, in 1983, it was started with blinding algorithm. And then in 1991, Merkle trees were introduced also. And then we saw that VDAI also in 1996 incorporated proof of work concept into the system. And then Hall-Finney also started looking into in 2005 that how to reuse the proof of work system. And finally, Satoshi Nakamoto was able to combine all this into one project and gave Bitcoin. So let's look at how Bitcoin works and what is the underlying platform. So I will be just giving you a very brief introduction of blockchain, because I know that some of the speakers will be talking about specifically on blockchain. So, but let me just give you a very brief understanding of what is blockchain. So blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger technology to record anything of value. So it's like if you want to understand it in a layman terminology, then you can say that it's like an operating system. Just like Windows, you have Windows installed in your computer, and then you can install other applications in your computer. For example, you can install Microsoft, you can install Zoom. So these are all other applications which are running on a operating system. So blockchain is basically like an operating system, and it's a decentralized distributed digital ledger technology. And it has various components. I do not want to basically go into the deep of the technology itself, because I think that it will be explained by other experts, and they will be able to actually explain it better than me. So, but it uses encryption technique. And then these are basically the main components of blockchain. So where you have digital signature, hash function, you create a block. Why it is called blockchain is because all the transaction basically, let me just give you this slide first, and then you will be able to understand how blockchain works, and also how a crypto asset transaction work. So for example, I want to send, let's suppose Bitcoin or any other crypto asset to somebody else. So what I will do is first I will broadcast the transaction on the network, and then it will be validated by the miners. Miners will pick up the transaction and then validate it using the hash function. And then once it is verified, it will be added to the in a block. And then this block will contain various transactions. Of course, it is not one transaction per block. It can be like 2,000. Normally, like if you look at the Bitcoin blockchain, so one block contains around 1,500 to 2,500 transactions in one block. So once this block is being created, then the miner actually posts this block for the network to be accepted by the network. And then the other miners actually, once they accept the block, then they put it on the chain itself and then start creating another block of transaction. So that's how it works. Once a transaction is being added, in a block, and that block is being added on the blockchain itself, then you can say that the transaction is being verified and it has been completed and confirmed. So again, going back, you can see that with that understanding, you have certain parameters of a distributed ledger. So you need to have an object, for example, unit of value there, a token or a coin, and then you need to have a consensus algorithm. You need to have access, like it has to be open to the people so that people can use it. Like I can basically create my own crypto token or a coin based on Ethereum blockchain, for example. But if people do not have access to it, then it will not have any value or usage or a purpose. So because of that, access is also an important thing. And then a structure, that how you are going to have the structure of the underlying blockchain. So like blockchain can have three main structures. For example, you can have a completely open or permissionless blockchain. You can have a consortium blockchain, and then you can have very, very restricted blockchain also. So again, it depends. And then you need to have protocols. Protocols are basically the rules that how a transaction is going to be verified and how it is going to be added in the blockchain. And identification is basically needed for certain type of security, because like you have to have private key and the public keys, so that like you can create a digital signature and perform a transaction on blockchain. Hierarchy is basically an advanced concept. Like you do not have to have one blockchain. Now blockchain can be split into connected side chains also. So it can have various branches. So that is basically again a decision to be made. Like if you are using a blockchain, not the native blockchain, but you want to use a side chain, then you need to have connectors so that like you can interact with other chain as well. This is very useful when you are basically when you want to have a token which can basically work on two different blockchains. For example, Bitcoin and Ethereum are two different blockchains. You can create a token that can basically, through a bridge, it can communicate with the Bitcoin blockchain also, and it can also communicate with Ethereum blockchain. So I think that the main features again are decentralization, security, immutability, transparency, and efficiency. I think that you might also know about it because now it has become a very famous phenomena, and really people would like to know about it. So this is basically the main features. So that is why blockchain is unique, and blockchain has got so much attraction and importance. And then, but there are so many limitations of blockchain also, because if it is a distributed network, then of course, like it is a slower database. It has more transparency, more public disclosure and immutability, and it is unhackable almost. It is almost impossible to hack it. But again, the problem is that because it is distributed, it is a little bit slower, and then scalability is an issue because again, it is decentralized. And the thing is like at the moment it is still complex because it's comparatively new technology, and because of that human error, the probability of human error is a little bit higher. And again, another thing is the concern is that when you have a full disclosure, so anybody can basically see the assets which are being parked in one wallet on on blockchain, and then people can see the transactions. So the privacy is another issue, because you want you want disclosure and transparency, but you also want to maintain a balance between that and the privacy. And because of that, there are so many regulatory concerns that how blockchain can be used and cannot be used. And so different regulators, not only financials, but different regulators trying to basically have some universal standards and quality standards and parameters and guidelines to use blockchain in different sectors. So, I mean, I have already talked about it that if you want to have a centralized blockchain or not, and then how you are going to issue your own cryptocurrency, you can do that. But of course, it has to have a certain value proposition to be accepted by people and to create its value from. So now, when we talk about crypto beyond, so like we were only talking about currencies, financial transactions, payments, but actually, if we look at them, there are so many other different advanced concepts now are being tested in the crypto space. So for example, staking is another concept which is quite advanced, and it is basically a form of investment. So what people can do, like if let's suppose that I have Bitcoin or Ethereum, I can basically pay with Bitcoin and Ethereum to certain parties, but I can also basically invest it by providing liquidity to certain pools for financial transactions to others. So that is basically the main concept behind staking. And with the staking, actually you can basically further improve your savings, and also you can further enhance your the amount and funds also in the form of crypto. Again, another concept which is also very promising is that previously we had ICO, initial coin offering. So for example, like you want to raise funds through a token, you have a very good project, you have a very good business or even a real estate, and then you want to raise further funds to develop your project or business. Then you can basically go to the public, and then you can launch your token and then attach your token through a utility with your own business or with your own project itself, so that like people can basically put money inside, and then your project or your business will create value for the coin, and then through the appreciation in the value of the coin, people can benefit also, and then they will get return also from that. So that is basically the main concept of initial coin offering. And then people saw that there were so many scams, so many frauds, because people started using it for bad and illegal activities. So then the concept of initial exchange offering came in. So initial exchange offering is what basically you have a centralized exchange, and that centralized exchange can do some due diligence on the project before listing it on the exchange itself. So although it's similar that like you are launching a token, but now you are launching a token through an exchange, and the exchange will have some due diligence processes, KYC processes, and see that like whether it's a viable product or not. And then security token again is a phenomena which got very much popularity in the regulated space, because exchanges were doing it privately, but then with the direct regulators, you can do STO, security token offering, where you can launch a token, but it will be considered as a security, and all the regulations regarding securities will be applicable on that. So in that sense, users will have more confidence, and it will be very similar to have an IPO, initial public offering, but in a cryptographic form on blockchain. So let me just give you a current snapshot of the market now, where we stand at the moment. So if you look at the BTC market, when I took it, it was a little old. So and then the price of Bitcoin was right now it's almost $40,000, $40,000, and then Ethereum is the second one, which is the largest, second largest cryptocurrency, and then the XRP Ripple is also a very good cryptocurrency, which is being used by banks for settlements, and this is the third largest crypto asset. And then we have USDT. USDT is a stable coin. It is backed by US dollar, like I said, and there are some other coins also which are promising, have different propositions, different projects, and different different use cases. And then if you look at the current snapshot of market, like global crypto market at the moment is almost like $464 billion market. And then the market trading volume, like the trading of the crypto assets being done within the 24 hours, is almost more than 100 billion globally. And the market now, again, another phenomena which I will be talking about a little bit is DeFi, decentralized finance. It is also a very promising and very emerging phenomena in the crypto space. And if you look at the total assets listed on market, it's almost around 6,000 to 7,000. But I think that they are listed because they are already on the DEXs or decentralized exchanges or the exchanges. That's why they can be counted, but there are so many others which are not listed yet. So, but again, they are privately issued and they are not listed on any exchanges. So that number has not been captured. So I can say the minimum crypto assets right now we have are almost 6,000 to 7,000, but that is more, I think the number is much larger than that. So that is basically the current top 10 crypto assets. You can see Ethereum, XRP, Chainlink, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, by BNB, Polkadot. All these are basically have different value propositions. They are built on different chains and they have a different use case. And if you look at the historical market capitalization, so it crossed $750 billion in 2018, and at the end of 2017 and the beginning of 2018. But afterward, it crashed, and then now it is again picking up the pace. And if you look at the common, I mean, how common is cryptocurrency, then you will be amazed to know that like some emerging or third world countries also adopting this phenomena with open hands. Now, I mentioned about that central banks can also issue cryptocurrencies. So let's just take a look at it, that what is it and then how it will work. So central bank, it is called CBDC, like central bank digital currency. And again, they are digital currency proposed and issued by the central bank of a sovereign country. So for example, like Indian rupee can be issued in the cryptographic form, and then it can become a cryptocurrency. And I have been following some news in India, although like they are quite mixed, because again, it is on the decision has to be made by the government and the Central Bank of India, and they are actually interested and then trying to check this phenomena and the viability of it, but it's still at the moment it is indecisive. And but they are basically the money flow will not be increased. What will happen is basically the form of a national fiat currency is being converted into a digital crypto. But as you can see that like it needs a whole infrastructure there to basically have transactions in that form. So again, it's not a very easy task. It's a mammoth task, and it needs a whole infrastructure to run. And then the characteristics, if you look at the CBDC's characteristics, they are issued by a central authority. So it's a central authority against Bitcoin and Ethereum or other crypto assets because they are decentralized. And the thing is, like, there is a government backing or a sovereign authority backing it. Central banks are backing CBDCs, but you can see that like Bitcoin, Ethereum, they are not backed by such kind of authorities, and they are considered as privately issued crypto assets. So the main types of CBDCs are retail and wholesale. So if you look at, as the name suggests, the retail is for wider usage, wholesale will be for limited usage, and then retail will be considered as a legal tender for normal transactions, and it can be used by citizens and corporations for their daily transactions or for normal transactions. But wholesale is basically limited, and it will be used as a mode of payment specific for securities, for derivatives by financial institutions. So that is basically a concept, and so many authorities and sovereign authorities and central banks are looking into both these type of assets, both these types, and trying to decide at which way they should go, whether they should first have wholesale CBDC and later on they go for the retail, or is it like retail first, wholesale, or both? Another phenomena is DeFi, decentralized finance, which is quite promising. I will be just going very briefly about it. So DeFi stands for decentralized finance. So when people look at this cryptocurrency blockchain and then they further understand it, and then later on when Ethereum came, they also introduced the concept of smart contracts, which are actually decentralized applications which can run automatically on blockchains. So then people started thinking of having financial products, different various financial products. Staking is one of them, by the way, but there are so many: yield farming, and then you have DEX aggregation, and you can also have wallets. So these are all different types of lending and borrowing products are all already there. So these financial products are being offered in the DeFi space. And the good thing about these products are that they are peer-to-peer, so there are no financial intermediaries. The rules and principles and are embedded in the protocols, which are mostly open source. So you can audit them independently, and you can see that like what these products are offering to you. Although at this stage they are very raw and at a very infancy stage, but I think that it is getting more complex, more mature, and this decentralized finance DeFi phenomena is very, very promising. And in the coming futures, you will see in the coming future, you will see that like financial institutions also can basically develop their own products in a DeFi manner. So again, I just gave a comparison of what is DeFi and CeFi. So I would basically be happy to share the slides so that like you can also go through them and see that what is written over there, and then for further learning. But basically, DeFi space is decentralized and CeFi space is centralized. So with that, like you have the ecosystem different, and then the players are also different in that ecosystem. Because of that, the nature of the products are also different from one another. And then categories, like I said, like you have decentralized autonomous organizations and governance structures. You can also have decentralized exchanges. You have derivatives, insurance, payments, staking, tokenization of different assets, and yield maximizers and farming, margin trading is also there. So in the DeFi space, quite a lot of activities are actually happening, and this space is getting matured day by day. So this is just the statistics that if you look at it, then it's $14 billion phenomena. And if you compare it with the crypto phenomena and DeFi phenomena, then it's only 5%, but it is going rapidly growing at a very fast pace. And I think that later on, DeFi space might be a dominant sector of the crypto space. These are basically the crypto top DeFi projects, and you can basically look into their own value proposition and the unique features. And this is what I said, that initially, if you look at in 11 January, this is this year, by the way, so it was below $30 billion, sorry, 300, it's actually, $30 billion. And then now it has been growing with a very fast space. And then it crossed already in April, it crossed like $100 billion market cap. And then NFT is again a very rapid phenomena. I will be just wrapping up very quickly that these are non-fungible tokens, and non-fungible means, so then they can, they are very unique tokens, and is basically data that is stored or accounted for in a digital ledger, and it represents a very specific thing. So for example, like it can represent a piece of art, music, rights, certain benefits, or a very specific asset you would like to represent it in a digital form, it can be done through an NFT. And they are created using ERC standards. For example, ERC 721 and ERC 1155. So what is the difference between an NFT and a cryptocurrency? So NFT is non-fungible and cryptocurrencies are fungible. For example, like one Bitcoin is similar to another Bitcoin and not equal in value. So like one NFT is not equal to another NFT, but one Bitcoin is in value is equal to another Bitcoin itself. So this is basically the main difference. And then Bitcoin can be divided into small fractions. So the smallest unit of Bitcoin is Satoshi. But if you look at the NFTs, so they cannot be fractioned. You cannot divide them. So one NFT is there on blockchain representing one specific similar, a very specific asset, and it cannot be divided, and it is very, very unique. So with that, I think that with NFTs, I think we can basically create a whole big phenomena of tokenization. For example, like now people are looking into making NFTs out of art, music, and then we have also seen that like people are exploring the idea of real estate being tokenized through NFTs. And then we can also, I have already recently seen that luxury items can be made, for example, watches, if you have bags or jewelry. So it can also be tokenized in the form of NFT. And then some products have already been developed. For example, lending and borrowing products are being also developed through these NFTs. So this is, I think, a very exciting phenomena. And let me just stop sharing my screen. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask or any comment.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. We got a clear idea about various crypto assets such as crypto coins and various tokens. Also got an idea about how crypto asset transaction is done using blockchain. So now let us move on to the interactive session. And the participants can post your questions in the chat box.
You are most welcome. If you have any comments, any question, would appreciate to ask. Yeah. So let me just say that like these are basically different phenomena. And although like I try to basically cramp them into this small session, but of course, what I will encourage you to do is that like you go on internet and try to find and search for these phenomena and try to understand them. For example, DeFi is NFTs, CBDCs, and also crypto, but then crypto has also now emerged into different various forms.
So there is a question in the chat box.
Okay, Submary has asked that since all these transactions are done digitally, so there must be a chance of getting hacked once. If so, is there any security procedure? Yeah, there are high securities, because like if let's suppose that you write a smart contract on blockchain, so it has to be audited first. Although like blockchains are considered as almost impossible to be hacked, but there are certain ways where you can basically steal somebody's funds or hack a transaction. Now, it is not about blockchain itself, because the platform is quite secured if it is distributed and decentralized sufficient enough. But what can happen is like an exchange can be hacked. So for example, their vault, their cold storage or hot wallet can be hacked. A wallet is an application that basically store funds. for different people. So for example, like in my laptop, there is a wallet. In my mobile phone also, there is a wallet. Trust wallet, I am using other different wallets. But because of the security breaches in my mobile phone, it can happen that my wallet is being compromised, and then people can steal funds from my wallet, from my crypto wallet. But it doesn't mean that the blockchain has been hacked. So for example, you might have seen that there are so many news that about hacking, that okay, it's millions of dollars of funds have been hacked from one exchange or from a wallet, from a person. So basically it's not the hack on the blockchain itself, because it is super difficult, almost impossible. But of course, there are other ways to do that actually. So if you want to logically understand it, so it's like central bank can issue money, print money, and this is super secure. Central bank cannot be hacked almost. But what you can do is, like, if somebody is holding that money, you can a bad person or a thief basically can snatch it from his wallet, or snatch it from him, or a bank also can be robbed also. So these are basically different than central bank being hacked. And then there is what is the difference between Ethereum and Bitcoin blockchain? Okay, these are two different projects. So, and then they use different blockchains and then different standards. For example, if you look at the technology wise, Bitcoin blockchain is based on the consensus algorithm, which is called proof of work. So what you need to do is, like, if you want to secure the system and then you want the system to work for transactions, then you have to basically put in computational power so that, like, it can be secured. So, like, you have to show that, like, you have worked for the system, and that is called proof of work. Ethereum is proof of stake concept, where you need to show that, like, you have a stake within the system. Only then you will be able to mine the transactions or validate the transactions. And then another big difference between the Bitcoin blockchain and Ethereum blockchain is that, like, Ethereum blockchain is Turing complete, which means that it can run smart contracts or the decentralized application. So you can write a program, you can write an application, and then it convert it into a smart contract and run it on Ethereum. But Bitcoin blockchain, again, it's basically very difficult to design a decentralized application or a smart contract on Bitcoin. So that is why Ethereum is famous for smart contracts. Is there any future for crypto in India? I think that there is a very promising future for crypto in the whole world, including India. And because India is a huge economy and the market is very huge, I have seen that the news are coming up with positive signs, and then the regulators are also looking into it. Actually, you need to understand that the regulators also have a very difficult task, that they have to protect the consumers also, and only then they will be able to adopt any phenomena. So right now, I think that the regulators are still looking into this phenomena, and perhaps they will be able to propose something which is beneficial for the whole society. And then, is the value of Ethereum will go up more than Bitcoin in future? Okay. I cannot predict the future, and I really do not know what will happen tomorrow even. But what I can say is that, like, it is about the use case and the utility which is being offered through the platform. So if a platform is being superior from another platform in the sense that it can offer more utility, it can offer scalability, interoperability, then of course it will, in the future, it will remain relevant, and other projects, other blockchain, other crypto assets will become part of the history. So, like we have seen in 2017, then when there was a boom, we have seen a lot of crypto assets coming up in the market. Every day there were hundreds, if not thousands, at least hundreds of crypto projects being launched at that time. But what happened is, like, because most of them were like not promising, they were not well thought through, and then also, and most of them did not were not able to deliver anything of value. So because of that, they died. And now you do not see them. Even like now, crypto is very, very fast that within weeks, you can decide, okay, this project is going to fail or not. So it is very, very difficult. There is a talk that the mining facilities in India is really poor. Is still the future is near, or it's going to take time for crypto to have demand in India. I think the demand is there. Mining is basically, again, a different concept. Like it depends like whether you want to go for the mining in the sense mining proof of work, or you want to do some other minings. For example, like pool mining. You also have now cloud-based mining also. And now there is a huge concern about the solar power, electricity. So now some of the mining projects are being transferred on solar mining and also clean mining. You might have seen what has Elon Musk tweeted about Bitcoin, that it is expensive, and also he said that there are concerns about global warming and climate change and the environmental concerns regarding proof of work system. So, but then there are so many other consensus algorithm, more than 20 consensus algorithm. Proof of work is one of them. We can use others to mine them, and then we can also find some alternative energy sources, for example, solar, and also we can also see some algorithms can be very, very environmental friendly also in that sense. Pi is also a blockchain. I don't know if Pi is a blockchain, but yeah, it's a project and it's a crypto asset and it's a social experiment. So what the founders are trying to do is basically, first they are trying to basically build a community. Once they reach a certain level or a target, only then this Pi crypto asset will be launched and then will be distributed among the community. And there is an speculation and estimation that it will have certain value because it's a social asset, crypto asset. So sorry that I have taken a little bit longer time, but I think it's because of questions. If there are any questions, I mean, you are most welcome to contact me through my email or on my LinkedIn. Then I will try my best to basically respond to your queries. And thank you so much for listening and taking interest in this session.
Thank you so much, sir. It was such a wonderful session. And I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology and Research Hub. Now we are presenting a token of appreciation to our resource person. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words and valuable time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All participants are requested to fill the feedback form given in the chat box. Okay, soon we'll start the next session. The speaker is waiting. Thank you so much.
Miss Alia Noor, hello, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, ma'am, you are the next speaker on the line. The
Sure.
session, okay, the Miss Sunanda R will be moderating the session. Over to Sunanda, miss.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
A warm good morning to one and all. I welcome you all to the second session of the International Conference on Advanced Modern Computing Trends and Technology, organized by the Research Hub, Department of Computer Application, Kristu Jyoti College of Management and Technology, in association with the Internal Quality Assurance. Myself, Sunandara Rajagopal, I'm Faculty, Department of Computer Applications. We are about to begin our session on AI Evolution to Revolution by Ms. Alia Noor, Associate Partner, Ahmad Alagwari Chartered Accountants, Director Program at Alif Technologies. She is the founder and owner of Experts League, a free learning platform. Alia Noor has 2 decades of professional expertise in providing advisory services in the fields of finance, value-added tax, economic substance regulations, audit and fintech to varied industries in Pakistan and Gulf states. She has been associated with EY and Unilever Pakistan for external and internal audit. In field of management consultancy, Alia has provided solid advisory services to businesses on maximizing financial performance and growth, undertook business evaluation and feasibility studies. Alia Noor currently holds a set of professional qualifications like CIMA, FCMA, and MBA, along with certifications in Oxford FinTech Program, Digital Mindset, COSO Enterprise Risk Management, COSO Internal Control, and GCC VAT Diploma. Let me invite Ms. Alia Noor to handle the session. I kindly request all the participants to keep your mic on mute. We shall move on to the most awaited moment. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Sundar. Thank you, Jyoti College, and thank you, respected faculty members, for providing this opportunity to join today and to share my views with you. Well, from evolution to revolution, it's a very huge area, but I would try to cover as much as I can. So can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay. So let's start the game. Let's go way, way back in time. Once upon a time, life was simple. Humans hunted, gathered food, fought disease and disasters. Life continued like that for 2,000 years. Then we reached a turning point in 17th century. According to anthropologists, that was the most significant change in the history of human. Just give me a second. According to anthropologists, it was the most significant change in way of thinking and living. That was called the agricultural revolution. 2 behavioral shifts ignited a momental change. We start farming food, crops, animals, and nutrition. We understood the vital importance of personal hygiene. It vastly improved our living condition. Historical coordinates the dawn of civilization. The agricultural revolution started. Then in 18th century, the second revolution happened. It came with full speed. The steam engine gave it power. It fueled rapid economic progression. Manufacturing became more efficient. Factories shoot up like mushrooms. Masses of workers came searching for jobs. It led to rapid growth of urban areas. Then we reached third revolutionary turning point. It started in the 70s, the digital revolution. Life on Earth exploded in both good ways and bad ways. There's been a rush of technologies. Welcome to the digital information age. Agricultural technology, robotics technology, energy technology, communication technology. Then we reached fourth revolutionary turning point. It all started in the 21st century, the Industrial Revolution, Industry 4. And the underlying technologies of these industrial revolution are artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, IoT, and 3D printing. So what is Industry 4? Industry 4 is one of the big buzzword that is flying around at the moment, and it basically refers to the fourth industrial revolution. We have seen transformative technologies that have changed industry. At the moment, this fourth industrial revolution seems smart factories with connected machines and intelligent robots. But how do we get there? The first industrial revolution basically moved from hand to machine, from farms to the first factories. Then 100 years later, electricity arrived. And the next industrial revolution, so this gave us automation. It gave us assembly lines. So this was the real start of factories as we know them today. Another 100 years later, we have computers arrived around 1970s. And now we have computers that would allow us to automate some of the blue collar work in factories. We have electronics in them. And this latest industrial revolution, which has just started, which we refer as Industry 4, is now looking at these individual computerized machines, but there's whole network of them. They are all talking to each other. We have intelligent factories, and some of the underlying technologies, as I told, are Internet of Things. We have smart machines, we have sensors in them. They're connecting to networks and talk to each other, and they can diagnose their own problems and alert someone that something is going wrong within the machines. We have second underlying technology, that is big data. So all of these machines generating huge volume of data that we can now use and analyze, and we can use things like artificial intelligence and machine learning to make out of this data. So we get things like predictive maintenance, where a machine or an assembly line will tell us that this might be going to break down in next day or so on. So we need to fix things before they actually ever happen. So now we have interconnected supply chains, where ships are talking to warehouses. They're talking to trucks. It also enables us to have more intelligent robots and autonomous things like vehicles and drones. This means that we now have ships arriving, the containers can be tracked, the warehouse can be ready even if there is a delay. We have automatically delivery robots. We have robotics. Now this Industry 4, this new world of smart connected machines and intelligent robots means that we need to rethink our businesses. We need to make them from the third industrial revolution to this new brave world of Industry 4. We need to develop our skills, and we need to figure out what is the role that people will play in this new revolution. So we are now talking about robotics. We will share our working environment with these intelligent robotics. We need to make sure that we find a new place for all of us, and prepare for this new fourth industrial revolution. We need to shape business processes and business skills also. We need to leverage all these new technologies, and like every previous industrial revolution, the organizations that do not prepare for this will very quickly be left behind. And if you are a company that makes typewriters, you will be superseded by someone that makes computers. And the same way, anyone that doesn't leverage all of this technology will not be efficient and effective, and they will not deliver smart solutions to their customers, and therefore they will be left behind. Oh, sorry. Can't you hear the video voice?
No, ma'am, we cannot hear the audio.
Oh, okay, then I will skip it. I don't know what's the problem. Okay, now driving forces of the fourth industrial revolution. Let's continue with the artificial intelligence. Imagination is the most important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, simulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Albert Einstein. How does it all started? In 1950s, AI started getting developed by philosophers and mathematicians in the 19th century. And Alan Turing is one of the best known for founding fathers of modern AI. Then our imagination created Lieutenant Commander Data of Star Trek, BB-8 C-3PO of Star Wars, T3 Rise of Machines, Intelligent Artificial Intelligence. But now the science fiction has become a reality. Genie is out of the bottle. Our lives, AI will impact the way we live. Our businesses, AI will change our businesses. Our society, AI will impact our workforce. Artificial intelligence is here to stay, no longer confined to the world of science fiction. AI has inflated the mainstream and is the new electricity for businesses. So what is basically intelligence? According to Edwin Boring, professor of psychology at Harvard University, the human intelligence is what we can measure using IQ test. And artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. The term was coined by American scientist John McCarthy in 1956. The concept, what defines AI, has changed over time, but at the core, there has always been the idea of building machines which are capable of thinking like humans. In early days, artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. Greek myths contain stories of mechanical men designed to mimic our own behavior. Very early European computers were conceived as logical machines, and by reproducing capabilities such as basic arithmetic and memory, engineers saw their job fundamentally as attempting to create mechanical brains. So what is human intelligence? It's a composition of abilities like learning, reasoning, perceiving, understanding of language, feeling. So human beings have been proven uniquely capable of interpreting the world around us and using the information we pick up to effect change. If we want to build machines to help us do this more efficiently, then it makes sense to use ourselves as a blueprint. AI then can be thought of as simulating the capacity of abstract, creative, deductive thought, and particularly the ability to learn using the digital binary logic of computers. I think you cannot hear the voice of the video, so I will skip the video. So there are two groups of artificial intelligence: applied AI and generalized AI. Research and development work in these split between two branches. Now, applied AI, which use principles of simulating human thought to carry out one specific task. Applied AI is far more common. System designed to intelligently trade stocks and shares or autonomous vehicles. So will they help impact our society? Yes, of course. They are around us and impacting our lives. In manufacturing, it is used to manage workforce, production processes, as well as for predicting faults before they occur, therefore enabling predictive maintenance. In financial world, using ranging from fraud detection to improving customer services by predicting what services customers will need. In consumer world, more and more of the technology we are adopting into our everyday lives is becoming powered by AI, from smartphone assistants like Apple Siri, Google Assistant, self-driving and autonomous cars, which we are predicting will outnumber manually driven cars within our lifetimes. So let's see the application of AI in manufacturing. Just give me a second. AI-powered digital twins. Digital twin is a virtual representation of a real-world product or assets, digital replica of physical entities such as devices, processes, or systems that help businesses make model-driven decisions. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Because my slide is stuck. Okay. In manufacturing, there are four applications of digital twin. Product development, it can help engineer test the feasibility of upcoming products before launching. The slides are, I don't know why it's hanging.
Ma'am, you can close the slide and you can start it once again.
I'm starting again.
It's visible now.
Well, product development, and then there's a design customization with digital twins. Businesses can design various permutation of the product so that they can offer personalized products and services to their customers. Third is shop floor performance improvements, used to monitor and analyze end products and help engineers to see which products are defective or has lower performance than intended. Then the fourth one is the predictive maintenance. AI digital twin can help you predict potential downtime of machines, minimize non-value adding maintenance activities, and improve the overall efficiency of machines. Now coming to the second major section, which is the sector, this is the financial world, how AI is helping. In the financial world, artificial intelligence has become a genuine game changer. The system of AI will analyze millions and billions of data points and detect patterns and trends that may fail to predict future patterns. AI in personal finance, where financial advice is provided 24/7 by chatbots. Insurance claim, AI softwares are helping to process claims and optimize the claim process. In corporate finance, they are predicting and evaluating loan risk. In AI in finance, automation, fraud detection, and customization, it saves time from repetitive tasks. Artificial intelligence has transformed every aspect of banking process, and they are making banking process faster, making money more safer, and bank and operations more efficient. AI promises to transform financial services, enabling banks to tailor products and services to customer needs. But the success means solving both technology issues and the biggest challenge is security, privacy, and ethics. The AI revolutionary banking industry, mainly in three areas: email pattern detection, fraud detection, and algorithm trading. Banks which have initiated or were the landmarks were JP Morgan. JP Morgan Chase invested in a platform that can analyze and extract data from hundreds of thousands of legal documents in a second. So it will save a lot of time for the legal professionals doing mundane repetitive tasks. Similarly, Citibank, it has improved fraud monitoring and account protection. According to JP Morgan, when time isn't spent on repetitive administrative tasks, that frees up a tremendous share of mind that can be dedicated to the creative solutions and experiences that stand out for customers. If you look at a glance, AI today, where it works and what it's for. Now, the major areas in financial world where AI has contributed is automation, trading, risk management, credit decision, sentiments and news analysis, fraud preventions, personalized banking. According to a research, more than 32% of banks are already using AI to decrease the response time, improve recommendation engines, implement voice recognition and predictive analysis. New standard of securities, thanks to speech recognition and facial recognition, as well as the analysis of other biometrics data, banks might add new layer and security, or even replace traditional password with more effective approaches. For customer services, industry-specific conversational interfaces and chatbots intended for banks and other financial organizations. Goldman Sachs AI trading platform called Kenso. What is Kenso? In 2014, Goldman Sachs led the series of funding round of and began installing a AI trading platform called Kenso. It is a market analytics platform that combines statistical computing with big data and natural language processing. Machine learning systems mine through hordes of data on the web and assess correlations between world's event and their impact on asset prices. Artificial intelligence is used to extract information from live news feeds and to assist with investment decisions. So basically, it is analyzing millions of data points, execute trades at the optimal price, forecast markets with greater accuracy, trading firms efficiently mitigate risk to provide a higher return. Machine learning is evolving at an even quicker pace, and financial institutions are one of the first adopters. Coming to AI in consumer industry. Now, you must have heard about Google, but the Google's parent company is Alphabet, and Alphabet has other sister concerns companies. So what are their contribution in society? I don't know why it's hanging. stop the share. Now, Facebook knows what we say, but Google knows what we think. Search engines. According to Larry Page, CEO of Alphabet, artificial intelligence would be the ultimate version of Google, the ultimate search engine that would understand everything on the web. It would understand exactly what you wanted, and it would give you the right thing. We are now nowhere near doing that now. However, we can get incrementally closer to that, and that is basically what we work on. Google has launched a self-driving cars. So far, we all know that Tesla Autopilot. Tesla is a company claim that features reduced accident caused by drivers' negligence and fatigue from long-term driving. However, Google's sister company, Waymo, wants to reduce the loss of life by rolling out a nationwide fleet of autonomous cars in the future. There are over 36,000 road deaths in every year in the United States, and 94% of those car crashes involve human error. Again, Google parent company Alphabet has a project called Wing. Is an autonomous delivery drone services that uses AI to deliver small, lightweight packages to homes and businesses. It reduces traffic congestion, easing carbon dioxide emissions and from transportations. You must have heard in 1997, IBM's Deep Blue beat Gary Kasparov, 3 times world chess champion. And in 2016, Google's DeepMind beat Lee Sedol 4-1 at Go, putting AI 10 years ahead of expectations. Now, this DeepMind was acquired by Google, and it uses something called deep enforcement learning that isn't pre-programmed, but instead learns from experience by interpreting data. As of 2020, DeepMind has published over 1,000 scientific papers and has collaborated with Google to improve the efficiencies of their cooling centers. DeepMind is also working with healthcare organizations to find applications for the technology, like looking for early signs of blindness and improving breast cancer detections. Another Alphabet's healthcare ventures is with Kylo. Kylo is Alphabet's research and development biotech company. Is focused on biology that controls aging and is trying to develop interventions that allows us to live longer. Again, Google and Verily are using machine learning to solve medical problems and provide better care for patients. For instance, Verily has developed an ML-enabled screening tool that can detect diabetic retinopathy, one of the leading causes of preventable blindness in adults. The retinal diagnostic machines are already being used in India. Now, strange thing is that Google's AI is better at predicting patient deaths than hospital. A woman was suffering from late stage breast cancer, and she went to City Hospital where doctors predicted 9.3% chances of her death, whereas Google AI predicted 19.9% chances of her death. The woman passed away soon, sadly, but the Google AI proved to be right. Same is the case with Netflix. Netflix uses AI to go from recommendation based on what you have seen to what you like. Uber is an example of AI machine learning. Uber is using AI for route optimization. And this month, last week, Alaska Airlines Pointers AI planned to flight routes, saving fuel and time. A 19-year-old made a free chatbot lawyer that has appealed 3 million in parking tickets. Now, how can AI transform the medical care system? It has been happening. AI in medical imaging. AI is capable of recognizing medical images and detecting the multiple disease with precision. It can detect even the smallest abnormalities in images that the normal eye cannot detect. It can early detect disease. How? AI-based wearable health trackers are available, which can monitor health of a person and display any warnings. There are various wearables available in market like Fitbit and Apple Watch. In pharmaceutical sector, in field of research and development and drug design, AI helps in identifying complex patterns in disease and its behavior, and it can recognize which chemical composition can be effective in treatment of a specific disease. Another landmark contribution is that AI has developed machine learning, a powered solution like transcription of conversation between the physician and the patients. And there is no need for manually recording the information. The AI can record the clinical notes along with the conversation, and it only needs a revision and signature from the doctor. Then it can be integrated to the electronic health records of the patient. Mobile apps and websites that allow people to check their health status, or they want to get pre-diagnostic assessment to their symptoms before they can visit a hospital or a clinic. Phenome is a startup focused on detecting cancer through AI, set up by a 20-year-old, landed a 65 million investment by Anderson Horowitz and Google Venture. Again, there are so many other areas in medical research. AI technology can perform delicate operations more precisely and efficiently. In surgical system, it is a surgical robotic neuro arm that can do deliberate brain surgery, also enabling physicians to manipulate tools and microscopic levels. Have you ever heard of the third thumb project? Have you ever wanted an extra thumb on your hand? Of course not. Until not, it was never an option. It is possible through a 3D printing thumb model. It adds a 6 digital resembling a thumb next to the pinky finger, connected by wires to a bracelet worn on the wrist. Impulses are sent to by Bluetooth technology so that wrist devices from pressure sensors on the soles of the user's feet. Some other areas are space program, the Mars lander being able to navigate on the red planet. The robot arms has been digging in the Martian soil and ice for 2.5 hours a day. Again, space exploration. Humans need provisions for water, recycling, food, space, radiation, and psychological issues for confinement, and none of these concerns a robot. Underwater mining, it is not possible to have mining staff on site at such depths. Coming to military technology, a robot does not kill someone out of fear, anger, or desperation. They will kill because someone told them to do it. At least that's the way it works with our current generation of robots. What comes next may be a different story. The second category is the generalized AI system or devices which can in theory handle any task and are less common, which seeks to develop machines intelligence that can turn their hands to any task, much like a person. But this is where some of the most exciting advancements are happening today. It is also the area that has led to the development of machine learning, often referred to as a subset of AI. It's really more accurate to think of it as a current state of art. Generalized AIs carry out complete simulation of a human brain would require both more complete understanding of the organ that we currently have and more computing power than is commonly available to the researchers. But that may not be the case for a long, but it is a challenge at the moment, given the speed with which computer technology is evolving. In 5 to 10 years, we will be able to do that. A new generation of computer chip technology known as neuroformic processors are being designed to more efficiently run brain simulator code. IBM's Watson cognitive computer platform used high-level simulation of human neurological processes to carry out an ever-growing range of tasks without being specifically taught how to do them. Now, there are three subsets: machine learning and deep learning. What is a machine learning? The key development in machine learning, the rise of machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence which provides machines the ability to learn automatically and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed to do so. You know, how does Alexa work? Alexa, when you ask Alexa, what's the weather going on to be like today? The device records your voice. Then that recording is sent over the internet to Amazon's Alexa voice service, which perceives the recording into commands it understands. Then the system sends the relevant output back to your device. When you ask about the weather, an audio file is sent back and Alexa tells you the weather forecast, all without you having any idea there was any back and forth between systems. What that was, of course, means is that if you lose internet connection, Alexa is no longer working. Alexa is constantly learning from human data. Data in machine learning is the foundation of Alexa's powers, and it's only getting stronger as its popularity and the amount of data it gathers increases. Every time Alexa makes a mistake in interpreting your request, the data is used to make the system smarter the next time around. Machine learning is the reason for the rapid improvement in the capabilities of voice-activated user interface. Neural network. The development of neural network has been key to teaching the computers to think and understand the world in the way we do, while retaining the innate advantage they hold over us, such as speed, accuracy, and lack of bias. A neural network is a computer system designed to work by classifying information in the same way as human brain does. It can be taught to recognize, for example, images, classify them according to elements they contain. Essentially, it works on a system of probability based on a data feed to it. It is able to make statements, decisions, or predictions with a degree of certainty. The addition of a feedback loop enables learning by sensing or being told whether these decisions are right or wrong. It modifies the approach it takes in the future. Deep learning. Deep learning is more advanced field of machine learning that uses the concept of neural networks in order to solve more complex problems that require high dimensional data and automated feature extractions. Deep learning is a subdomain of machine learning. It has facilitated object recognition in images, video labeling, and activity recognition. And it is making progress in perception, including audio and speech. For example, Facebook deep learning application recognize people in photos. Google's decipher snapshots of public space in order to detect street numbers, but also to enhance its translation tool. Some practical examples are virtual assistants of deep learning, translations, vision of driverless delivery trucks, drones, and autonomous cars. The way an autonomous vehicle understand the realities of the road and how to respond them. Chatbots and service bots, image colorization, facial recognition, medicine and pharmaceuticals, from disease and tumor diagnosis to personalized medicines created specifically for an individual's genome. Personalized shopping and entertainment. Ever wonder how Netflix come up with a suggestion for what you should watch next? Or Amazon come up with the idea for what you should buy next, and those suggestions are exactly what you need, but just never knew it before. Yep, it's deep learning algorithm at work. Now coming to the most advanced human-like robot is by Hanson Robotics that personifies our dreams for the future of AI is Sophia robot. It has features of humans like expressing her feelings, having sense of humor, speaking and communicating in an understandable language. It appears in 2016. Sophia is a human-like robot designed by Hanson Robotics in Hong Kong. The robot made headlines in the world as the first robot in the world to become legitimate citizen of obtaining Saudi citizenship. The biggest business and social challenges for AI. A report by PwC found that artificial intelligence could add as much as 15.7 trillion, around same as the combined output of China and India, to the global economy by 2030. AI technology is changing the world, and from space exploration to countering terrorism and even creating art, its potential is becoming increasingly apparent. It still faces significant hurdles through challenges that will have to be overcome before that potential can be achieved. These are few of the challenges: lack of compute power. AI, specifically the machine learning and deep learning techniques, require a huge number of calculations to be made very quickly. This means they use a lot of processing powers. Cloud compute and massively parallel processing systems have provided the answer in the short term, but as data volumes continues to grow and deep learning drives the automated creation of increasingly complex algorithms, the bottleneck will continue to slow progress. The answer is likely to lie in the development of the next generation of computing infrastructure, such as quantum computing, which harness subatomic phenomena such as entanglement to carry out operations on data far more quickly than today's computer. Secondly, the lack of people power. In the last few years, data science courses focusing on the core skills needed for AI development, mathematics, computer science, and statistics have become prevalent and are generally oversubscribed. But there are still not enough people to enable every business or organization to unleash their vision of machine-powered progress on the world. Building trust is a big problem. The problem is that AI is a black box. People don't feel comfortable when they don't understand how the decision was made. For example, algorithms used by banks are mainly linear maths, and it's pretty easy to explain the path from the input to the output. I denied your mortgage application because you don't have a job or whatsoever. Now we have got to get people to understand and accept those recommendations, but that doesn't mean to say that we should never challenge machines, because we might still know something that they don't know. There are a few myths about AI that we should stop believing. Unemployment in the near future, low skilled and manual workers replaced by AI and automation, intelligent machines replace us, mankind endangers as AI robots in control. So let's have a look at them. Myth number one. Now, it's certainly true that the advent of AI and automation has the potential to seriously disrupt labor, and in many situations, it is already doing just that. The previous third industrial revolution have certainly led to transformation of employment landscape, such as the mass shift from agriculture work to factories during the 19th century. The fourth industrial revolution, with increased efficiency and reduction of waste that automation promises, will give us more options for spending our time on productive income generating pursuits. In the short term, employers are generally looking at AI technology as a method of augmenting human workforce and enabling them to work in a newer and a smarter way. Myth number two, low skill and manual worker will be replaced and they will be unemployed. According to Oxford, economics predicts that thanks to improved robotic technology, better AI, and lower cost for both, robotic automation will cause the loss of 20 million jobs globally by 2030. Are computer, robots, and machines automating too many jobs out of existing? Is it accurate to describe the short-term job market as an AI robot job Armageddon? No. Here's why. The same technologies that are used to automate jobs out of existence are the same technologies that will be creating the jobs and industries of the future. The job market is constantly changing. In fact, many of the jobs people perform today did not even exist 10 years ago. And most of the jobs that did exist requires a new vocabulary, additional skills, and new forms of understanding. Every wave of innovation brings with it new demands, new standards, new policies, and a new need for a new skill. This is certainly a fallacy. AI-equipped robots and machinery are already carrying out work generally reserved for the most highly trained and professional members of society, such as doctors and lawyers. Their focus has been on reducing the day-to-day aspect of the work. For example, as we have seen, JP Morgan case, in legal field, AI is used to scan thousands of documents at lightning speed, drawing out the points which may be relevant in an ongoing case. In field of medicine, machine learning algorithm assess images such as scans and X-rays, looking for early warning signs of disease, which they are proving highly competent at spotting. So members of all professions like legal professional, medical professional, and others could find more time when routine work is automated. Remember, human brain has two sides, left side and the right side. The left side of the brain is for logic, science, and mathematics, and the right side of the brain is for creativity and arts. So there will be a skill shift. The computers are for answers and humans are for questions. So the top skill required in future will be critical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, cognitive flexibility. Now, The third myth is mankind endangered? Are robots in control? This one is obviously out of any number of sci-fi scenarios. The Terminator and the Matrix are probably the most frequently cited. Some voices have been proven themselves to be worth listening to in the past, like psychiatrist Stephen Hawking and tech entrepreneur Elon Musk have made it very clear they believe the danger is real. With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon, Elon Musk. The development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race, Stephen Hawking. But the fact is too, notwithstanding the distinct future, where indeed anything is possible. Right now, it's highly unlikely anyone would think about building or deploying an autonomous machine with the potential to make up its mind to hurt and turn against its human creators. Although drones and security robots are already designed to detect and prevent threats, even take autonomous actions to neutralize them, the hypothetical scenario tends to be that the human should be taken under robotic control who can deploy self-preservation instincts or reinterpret commands to protect or preserve human life. The answer is no. It is unlikely that anyone could build machines with the facilities to carry out these actions autonomously. This is unlikely to be an immediate problem. Could it happen in future? It's a possibility, but if you are going to worry about science fiction threats, then it's just as likely that invading aliens will get to us first. Okay, now myth number 4. These machines will become better than humans at doing anything we can do. As we know, the specialized AIs are focused on performing one job or working in one field and becoming increasingly good at it. And this is the fact of life today. The legal and medical application mentioned above are good examples, whereas the generalized AIs, those which are capable of applying themselves to a number of different tasks, just as human or natural intelligence are somewhat further off. This is why, although we may regularly come across AIs which are better than humans at one particular task, it is unlikely to be a while before we come face to face robots in the mold of Star Trek's Data, essentially superhuman who can beat us at pretty much anything. Artificial intelligence is also impacting economies and countries. According to Kai-Fu Lee, he is the author of AI Superpowers. He says that he's predicting 5 major industrial changes brought through by AI, which will allow China to lead in science and technology. A great follow-up to last week's comments by former Google CEO Eric that China AI's capabilities are much closer than I thought. The changes that Lee sees are China will lead the world in advanced manufacturing as AI empowers automation upgrades. China's supply chain will dominate the world as energy and material price plummet. Smart cities and the Internet of Things will be realized, and fully automatic driving will become universally accessible. As China's innovation in the business intelligence multiply, AI will enable a new order of business operations. And AI combined with healthcare innovation will lower mortality from disease and extend people's life. That's the views of Kai-Fu Lee, the author of AI Superpower. What is ethics in AI? Elon Musk said, I'm increasingly inclined to think that there should be some regulatory oversight, maybe at the national and international level, just to make sure that we don't do something very foolish. I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. AI has a hidden power. AI is progressing at speed with innovation and new opportunities coming out every single day. AI is about power, the power to transform work as we know it, the power to reshape geopolitical relationships with countries engaged in an AI race coupled with a digital sovereignty, possibility to scale up existing inequalities. So ethics is an important consideration when building an AI algorithm. There are 9 ethical AI principles for organization to follow, according to PwC. These are interpretability, transparency, reliability, robustness, security, accountability, data privacy, lawfulness, and compliance, beneficial AI, human agency, safety, and fairness. Are you inspired? You can be inspired, but watching Messi every day won't make you a great player. Hitting the ball will. So every organization should have a artificial intelligence strategy. A is now an important agenda item for most senior executives. Most organizations are planning their AI strategy or indeed executing an existing one to transform their businesses and consequently impact the industry that they operate in. Do you think the transformative nature of AI is limited to global tech giants and blue chip companies? Think again. AI is ultimately going to transform every business in every industry. There are two ways businesses are using AI to drive success: creating intelligent product and services, designing intelligent business processes. Now, you need to find the right AI use for your company. The right use for you will depend on what your business is trying to achieve. Your AI strategy must be driven by your business strategy. So before embarking on an AI strategy, it's vital you review your business strategy first. Whatever the future looks like, it will be shaped and fueled by humans and not technology, and the human element has never been as important. Before, human used to do a job. Now they play a role and technology will do the job. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Charles Darwin, 1809. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really an excellent session. You
Thank
explained
you.
the evolution of AI and the widespread applications of AI in different areas in a simple and understandable way. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for the interactive section. Participants can post your doubts in the chat box. Ma'am, I think there is already a doubt there.
Yes, there is. How could AI help during the COVID situation? Well, it has already helped. It has helped in development of vaccine. It has helped in delivery by drones. So there are many life examples, like what was fintech or the financial technology or this AI technology was supposed to happen in next 10 years. The COVID pandemic has made it happen at this moment. 10 years earlier, everything has been accelerated. The working styles, work from home, the technology, working meetings through Zoom, having this webinars through Zoom. These are all technologies. See? Any other questions? You can send me your queries and your questions at my email. Yes. How could AI help in prediction of third wave of COVID? Well, as I told you, we cannot predict the third wave, but prevention, yes, in prevention, as I told you, the AI has been assistant in many organizations in development of the vaccine, which was supposed to be, if in normal circumstances, it takes 5 to 10 years to develop a vaccine. But through the help of AI, the pharmaceutical companies are able to make the vaccine. So I would like to advise, if there are audience, I don't know how many of you are students and how many of you are professionals, but whichever field you are, I think you should pursue to acquire the new skills, which are the new requirement for every organization, because There are professions available, but they are not in the numbers, they are outnumbers. Not even every organization can afford to have a AI development. So they are, they are forced to acquire a ready-made software or project. What is how AI influenced in the educational sector in this COVID pandemic situation? Well, AI is an influence that we are doing this. This is the use of technology, what we are doing now. This is an educational sector. The Kristu Jyoti College is an educational, and what we are doing here is educating you, providing you our professional advices with our experiences. We are not facing face-to-face conversation. We are not in a physical classroom, but still we are face to face through technology. This is all the things that AI is doing. They are doing in teaching areas also. There are robotics. There are teaching assistants also available through machine learning. You can ask questions. Will GitHub Copilot replace developers? I have no idea about that one. I'm so sorry. Any other question?
Ma'am, I think there is no more questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now it's time for expressing our gratitude to the resource person. Let me present a token of appreciation to Ms. Aliano.
Thank you so much. I'm honored.
Thank you, ma'am, for the fruitful time. Thank you. I request all the participants to fill the feedback form given in the chat box. E-certificates will be provided soon. Now, as we have come to the end of the session, and the paper presentation will begin sharply at 12:30 p.m. IST. I request all the participants to move to the respective track rooms.
This is Christopher.
Dr. Sergey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Sashil, is this you?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, hi Sashil. I'm trying to give permissions to Zoom to share my screen. Select.
Okay, I will make you co-host.
Yeah, something like this. Sashil, you should be able to see my screen, I guess. Not only me in my video camera, but also my shared screen. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, okay, that's good.
So we have
Actually,
3 more
if
minutes.
okay.
So if you'll wait
And
for a couple
do
of minutes.
where is everybody?
He's Mr. Sushi.
Hi, Mr. Sushi. I'm the last today to speak to the audience. So 1 more hour and everybody go home.
So we'll wait for 2 more minutes and let us begin at Indian Standard Time, 2 p.m. Just after 2 minutes.
Okay.
നിങ്ങൾ വന്നിട്ട് പറയുന്നുണ്ടോന്ന് എനിക്ക്
Dr. Sergey, shall we begin?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sashil, please. When I switch to window with my presentation, I stop seeing you. So please confirm that you can see my screen.
Okay, we can see the screen right now. It's clear, very clear.
Okay, beautiful.
So I'm passing the mic to Ms. Dhanya J. She will be moderating this session. Over to Dhanya.
Okay.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all. I welcome you to the third session of the International Conference on Advanced Modern Computing Trends and Technology 2021, organized by Department of Computer Application, Jyoti College of Management and Technology in association with IQAC. Myself, Danya J, Faculty, Department of Computer Application. Let's start our third session of International Conference on Advanced Modern Computing Trends and Technology. The third session for the day is Machine Learning Frameworks available in the Hadoop ecosystem, and the resource person is Dr. Sergey Triber. He started his career as a software developer for microcontrollers, but switched to big data engineering in 2010. Currently, he is an architect and tech lead of a data team which works with internet ads. He completed his doctoral degree in the year 2010 in technical sciences from Ministry of Education and Science of the Russian Federation. I cordially welcome you, sir, to handle this session.
Okay.
I request all the participants to keep your mic muted. If you have any questions, post them in the chat box. We'll be getting back to them right after the session. Now, for the most awaited moment, without wasting any more time, let's move on to this session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Guys, my name is Sergey Triber, not Traber, as I was introduced, and today we'll talk about machine learning frameworks available in Hadoop ecosystem. I am from Russia, and as it was said, I have a PhD in computer science, but I really never applied it in my life because I was a big data developer for over 10 years, so no data science over there. And you can contact me at the email address specified on this slide. Also, I will try to speak slowly to get you accustomed to my Russian accent, Russian-English accent. Our agenda for today. We will first talk about Hadoop in general, because I'm not sure if everybody of you knows what is Hadoop and why it is needed in big data and in batch processing. Then we will talk about SQL engines available in Hadoop ecosystem. Why? Because SQL is an important tool of every data scientist. And then we will start talking about major machine learning frameworks like Mahout, H2O, Flink-ML, Spark-ML, TensorFlow. And at the very end, I will give you a kind of overview with my thoughts about everything said above. And moreover, I will tell you where, in what cases I think machine learning in Hadoop is applicable, and in what cases you should use a classic approach with your local development environment. A couple of warnings before we start. First of all, I will use simplified definitions. For example, I will not make any difference between Java as a programming language and Java virtual machine as a virtual machine for bytecode. Similarly, my diagrams are redrawn because I didn't want to copy-paste overcomplicated marketing pictures from official documentation. And that's why I've made my own pictures, which I think are more applicable to our topic today. And the next point is that this presentation does not bear any scientific results, unfortunately. So I will not get a Nobel Prize at the end. One more thing. As I said before, I am an engineer, a big data engineer. But if we talk about machine learning, then the central person in this team is a data scientist. And how do we compare a data scientist with an engineer? I've tried to think about this and came up with the following example. Formula One racing, and a data scientist is a kind of pilot. He knows how to drive this car throughout the pass. He knows how to take all the I don't know, all the complicated conditions on the path. But he does not necessarily knows how his car works inside. On the contrary, a guy from engineering team does not know how to drive the car, at least on some worldwide level, but he knows how it works inside. So this presentation will be given from a point of view of an engineer. Let's begin. What is Hadoop? I would first ask how many of you heard about Hadoop, but in the beginning it was said that all the microphones are muted. So let me assume that nobody knows what is Hadoop. And how I would explain Hadoop? I would say that Hadoop is a software, but the software runs in a cluster of servers. There could be 5 servers on small Hadoop clusters, 50, 30, hundreds of servers. And they all run this software. And that's why we are saying this is a Hadoop cluster. So all the servers in this cluster run Hadoop software. What this software can do? This software can store data right inside the cluster. When I'm saying data, I'm talking about enormously large volumes of data. It is, for example, terabytes or even petabytes for larger companies of data can be stored in this cluster. Of course, it cannot be compared with a hard drive of your local laptop with a capacity of 1 gigabyte, 1,000 gigabytes. What else this software can do? This software can process the data in a highly effective manner. When previously I said that the software stores data inside the cluster, so suppose that we have 10 gigabytes of data and a Hadoop cluster of 10 nodes. So every node stores its own portion of data, and every node can process its own portion of data. That's why we are saying that Hadoop processes the data in highly effective and parallelized manner. And as a big data engineer, I have to say that Hadoop is not big data entirely. Of course, Hadoop belongs to big data, but big data is a much larger field, and it also includes SQL databases and in-stream data processing. We will not discuss those areas of big data today. And when we are talking about Hadoop, we mostly, by default, assume that we talk about batch processing. Let's compare local data science and data science inside Hadoop. With local data science, everything is simple and probably very familiar for you. You have your laptop, you have your data set provided to you by somebody. This data set is relatively small. For example, it could be 10 megabytes of data or 100 megabytes of data. You have your favorite tool like RStudio or anything else. In this tool, you load the data in that tool and process it. Train model, test model, and so on and so forth. Everything is simple. In Hadoop, the roles are changing a bit, and your laptop, it does not keep the data, it does not process the data. Everything what is done with the data is done remotely inside Hadoop cluster. And by doing this, your laptop is just a proxy, nothing else. It simply represents the final results of computations. How it does it, we will talk a bit later. Another thing, when I said previously that Hadoop is a cluster of nodes that run some software, somebody of you might say that, guys, we live in 2021 and year, and these days more and more companies migrate their infrastructure into cloud.
Excuse me, sir. Are you sharing your PPT slide?
Which slide?
Yeah, we are not able to see anything. Yeah.
Really? Oh
Yes.
my God. How can I fix it?
You are already a co-host. You can share it. I think initially you have shared your PPT. We are able to see, but after that we are not able to see the PPT.
Okay. Okay. Sashil, can you see my screen or not? Because right now, Zoom tells that you are sharing the screen, meaning that I expect that you can see my screen. Sashil?
Sir, well, we cannot see the presentation. We can see your screen. Yeah, now it's coming. Now it's coming.
Okay. Sashil, if this happens again, then just tell me immediately. So I will.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Could you please maximize the screen, sir?
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Okay. Thank you. So previous slides, I don't know how you guys miss this, but okay, this is my favorite slide about Formula One racing, and a data scientist is a central person and an engineer is somewhere behind, but he knows how the car works. About Hadoop, but no diagrams here, and this is comparison of local development with development inside Hadoop cluster. With data science and data processing inside Hadoop cluster. And this was the slide I had stopped on. Okay, what have I stopped on? Oh, I've stopped on that one might say that it is not very popular to have private clouds these days, and more companies migrate their infrastructure to public clouds. And Hadoop is of course not only about bare metal installations. It can also easily be deployed and started on any public cloud, in AWS, in Google Cloud, and in Azure. Just one click and you have a Hadoop cluster in the cloud. That's why everything we will talk today about is also applicable to clouds. Why? Why do we need machine learning in Hadoop? I was trying to think about this, and actually I found two major reasons. Reason number one is sampling. Suppose that your given data set, your provided data set is relatively large, like 100 gigabytes. Of course, your local laptop simply cannot process this data, cannot train the model. What you have to do sampling. So this is a regular procedure, but the problem is that proper sampling is a separate discipline in statistics, and it requires time, additional time. And with large sampling, when you downsize the data set for more than 1,000 times, it is always unobvious, and at the very end you will also see, even if you train your model and you validate your model, you will still be in doubts that you took a representative sample, and you would try to take another sample and do the computations one more time, and so on and so forth. This is just time consuming. With Hadoop and with machine learning frameworks in Hadoop, you work with the entire data set or with much larger samples. And much larger samples are more representative by definition. Another thing is a scaling problem. Scaling of your model, data model problem. Let's start with the example. Suppose you work as a data scientist in some online grocery store, and your manager came to you saying, Bob, you have to develop a model to identify 1,000 users every day from our clients, and those 1,000 users will be targeted by discount coupons. Pretty regular and simple task. You say okay, and after a couple of weeks, you come back to your managers and present your algorithm. The results really show that 1,000 users that you have selected monetize and return quite large revenue to the company, so everybody is happy. What happens next? On the next stage, you go to engineering team and you are trying to tell to them how to run this model in production. They are saying okay, but in 1 week they come back to you saying that Bob, it doesn't work, and it doesn't work because it is too slow. Under too slow, I'm talking, of course, about asymptotical complexity, and so it cannot process 1 million of users by definition. Total frustration starts, and you have to come up with a different model. Everybody is in a gloomy mind, and how machine learning and Hadoop can help. If you develop your model with a larger data set, then you are sure that it will work with larger data set. Nothing else. If you develop your model on 10 million of users, then it will work on 10 million of users. Let's move next. Let's talk about okay, we have 40 minutes. Let's talk about SQL frameworks in Hadoop. Of course, SQL is not machine learning, but still it is an important tool for every data scientist. Of course, Hadoop has SQL and frameworks that allow you to execute SQL queries are called SQL engines. There are many of them. They are all free to use. and you can select your favorite one. For example, there are Hive, Presta, Facebook Presta, Cloudera Impala, Apache The Real. Probably Hive is a bit more popular these days, but anyway, how it works. Suppose that you have your dataset in Hadoop as CSV files in one folder. Also, your Hadoop cluster runs SQL engine, and this SQL engine exposes a so-called JDBC driver. JDBC driver is a kind of connector or connection between database and visualization environment. So if JDBC driver is exposed, you can connect this engine to your favorite tool, like Tableau, MySQL Workbench, Data Grip, or whatever you like. So it is all possible. Additional notes is that SQL engines in Hadoop also, in most of the cases, they have a kind of machine learning extensions, special commands which are not included into SQL standards. For example, for computation of string similarities, distribution of values, some trivial clusterings or bucketings. Some of them, like Hive, have sub-projects, much more mature sub-projects that allow you to build regression and classification models, saying that SQL in this case becomes a machine learning framework. But what I should say is that all those extensions are engine specific, meaning that if you develop your mega query in SQL engine A, you will not be able to execute it in SQL engine B. Another thing is that all those extensions are not powerful and not very powerful and doesn't cover all the aspects of machine learning. That's why I would say that they are good to have, but they're not replacements for real machine learning frameworks. And of course, let's talk about real machine learning frameworks. We will start with general purpose frameworks. And of course, we will start with Mahout. Why we will start with Mahout? Because long time ago, it was the only one machine learning framework in Hadoop. The problem is that at that time, like 9 years back, Hadoop was pretty simple, and it was only able to process the data with MapReduce paradigm. It is a kind of very old, relatively old approach to process the data. But then in 2014, probably new data processing frameworks appeared on the scene, for example, Spark, and most of the community in the world has switched to the newer data processing engines. And at that time, Mahout it lost its community, and they have promised that sooner or later they will migrate all the algorithms to Spark. It was said like 5 years back. But now, these days, if we come to official website, it is said there that Mahout is a distributed linear algebra framework. So it is not a machine learning framework, but distributed linear algebra. So everything that you would do is matrices. And from the algorithms, we also see that QR decomposition, PCA, SVD, they all work with just numbers, matrices of numbers, no other types of features. Even more regretful thing is that in 2012 there was a book. The book was called Mahout in Action. And a good portion of that book, like 2/3, was devoted to building recommendation engines. Like what should be recommended to a new user of a website or something like this. The book has described different algorithms for building recommendations. Now, I was very surprised when I visited their website. No words are said there about recommendations. And it appeared to be that founders of Mahout have moved out all recommendation algorithms into a separate product called ActionML. This is product, therefore it is not a framework, and you cannot use it as a library. Yeah, unfortunately, Mahout is not about recommenders anymore. What interfaces does Mahout have? Unfortunately, it has only Scala interface. So everything you would do in Mahout should be done in Scala. No Python, no R, and even Java is under a big question. And we all know that not many data scientists like Scala. I would say that no data scientists like Scala, but life is life. And also, there is a notebook-like web interface called Zeppelin. It is like Jupyter if you saw it, but Zeppelin is mostly targeted for Scala programs and for Java programs, while Jupyter is, how to say it, of course with simplifications, but I would say that Jupyter is mostly for Python. And what else? Mahout is open source and distributed under Apache 2 license. However, as I said previously, it lost its community. And on this slide, you can see a screenshot from GitHub with number of commits during the last half a year. And you can see that the number of commits is very, very low. Probably I do more commits to my pet projects in the evening of every day than Mahout does to its code base. Let's go next. Let's talk about H2O. Particularly, I will talk about H2O plus Spark and creators of H2O called this Symbios, this pair is sparkling water. But in my presentation, in my simplified presentation, I will still use H2O name for everything. Historical notes. We will talk about all the 3 steps on the next slides, but originally H2O was designed to run as a standalone platform. And then this standalone platform was migrated as a regular Hadoop application. And finally, many machine learning algorithms from the original H2O were transferred to Spark execution engine. How it was many years back, probably in 2014. H2O had a proprietary cluster. It was not Hadoop. It was a cluster of standalone servers which should be installed next to Hadoop cluster. There was reason for this is that days Hadoop was simple and it didn't allow to run third-party applications inside Hadoop cluster. That's why it is not a pitfall of creators of H2O. It is, yeah, nothing could be done at that days differently. But what was the problem? The problem is that companies, of course, if you use the H2O, you did machine learning and big data, because H2O from the very beginning is focused on processing large amounts of data. What was the problem? The problem was that companies had to have two clusters. One cluster for Hadoop and regular ETL, and another cluster for H2O. More servers, more efforts to administrate this, not very convenient. And then H2O has migrated to Hadoop, but as a proprietary application, not running as a MapReduce application, not running as a Spark application, not running as a Flink application. So they had their own processing engine. We will not, unfortunately, talk about processing engines in Hadoop in this presentation, but just believe me, H2O had their own processing engine. But having its own processing engine was still inconvenient because engineering team, they worked probably with Spark. And H2O had its own specific execution engines, which was used only by data scientists, and programs developed by data scientists was not understandable to regular engineers, and regular engineers weren't able even to run this. So sooner or later, H2O developers have migrated their algorithms into Spark execution engine, and now H2O is just a Spark library. Algorithms. Probably you can find everything of I don't know, which you would look for from a general purpose machine learning framework. Everything is here. It is not rich because later we will talk about Spark ML, but still there are quite a lot of algorithms. But what is more important is that H2O creators really cared about data scientists, and that's why they have R interface and they have Python interface. No more Scala anymore. This is very, very convenient for non-engineering persons. Also, H2O has a web interface, which is called H2O Flow. It is like very, very like Jupyter, but mostly focused on only focused on H2O, and has H2O specific buttons in web interface, nothing else. What else? H2O is open source, but there is a problem. H2O is developed by a private company called H2O.ai. And this is, on the one hand, this is a plus because the development is consolidated. On the other hand, one day they can close the sources and saying that, guys, it's time to pay us money for every year of H2O usage. Also, this company has developed a lot of more products. Just don't be surprised if you visit their website and find that H2O itself is only a minor portion of products. Another thing, Another thing is that developed models can be exported as Java objects in H2O. This is very, very important note. So suppose that you have developed, trained and validated your model in Python. But what next? How should developers move this model into their code on production? Because their code base is probably Java code base. And H2O has just one comment, export to Java, and developed random force, for example, is exported as a Java file, and developers can include, simply add this Java file into code base of their project, and everybody is happy. So this is a plus, a big plus of H2O. The next framework is FlinkML. And what is Flink? Flink is a general purpose execution engine in Hadoop. It is direct competitor of Spark, and we will talk about, we will speak about SparkML right next. And of course, every general purpose execution engine must have their machine learning branch. Simply because this is a buzzword. So Flink also declares machine learning, but number of algorithms is very, very low. So I even had to copy-paste utilities for cross-validation for distance, because otherwise there would be no algorithms at all. So it is still under development, but Flink itself is relatively young, and probably in 3 to 5 years, number of algorithms will grow. Let's talk about interfaces. Flink has a Python and Java Scala API. With Scala and Java, everything is clear. No data scientists would use it, but Python exists. R is not there, unfortunately, but Python is here, so everything is good. With only one remark: documentation for Flink only has Scala examples. And I don't know why they did so. This is terrible, because you would have to rewrite Scala code into Python and to port everything by yourselves. I don't know why they did provide examples in Python as well. Interfaces. Also not much, unfortunately, I have to admit, because the only successful example of importing into notebook-style development environment, which I found on the internet, was Zeppelin, as I showed you in Mahout. But Zeppelin is for Scala only, and that leaves under the question usability of Python API in Flink, because of course, for sure, you would be able to import it to Jupyter sooner or later, but nobody knows how many effort that would require to you, because I haven't found any success story on the internet about usage of Flink Python from Jupyter. Only one node. Flink is open source, and Flink is distributed under Apache 2 license. SparkML, my favorite one. SparkML is also known as SparkML lib, and these days both names are used interchangeably. So no difference between SparkML and SparkML lib. What is Spark? Spark is the next generation of data processing paradigm after MapReduce. Spark is pretty mature. It started in 2013, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. And At the moment, this is probably the most popular framework in big data, especially for batch processing. I would say that 95% of programs developed these days for batch processing are developed in Spark. And as I said for Flink, every general purpose execution engines in Hadoop must have a machine learning branch, because this is a good buzzword these days. So Spark has Spark ML. And this is a real Spark ML compared with Flink, because I was trying to compile all the algorithms on one slide, but I wasn't able, so I had to use 2 slides simply to name the algorithms. And I'm pretty sure that here you will find everything and anything you wish. Popular algorithms, less popular algorithms, so everything is. They even have kind of neural networks, but I will talk about deep learning afterwards. So Spark ML has everything. And Spark ML has a rich set of APIs, particularly they took care about data scientists. And it has Python interface, it has R interface, and you can connect it with any kind of development environment, like RStudio, Jupyter, Zeppelin, etc. Moreover, Spark, as I said, it is the most popular framework in batch processing, and that's why everybody. So there are blog posts on everything. You'll be able to find answers to all possible questions, and that's why there should be no problems in integration of Spark ML with Jupyter. Moreover, I did it by myself several times, but it starts very, very easy. So just a couple of clicks. Another thing is that Spark ML has very good documentation, other than description of the algorithm itself and best applicable use cases. Spark ML has code snippets for all the languages. So you can simply switch the tab and to view the same exact example, but with a different language. Therefore, it is very, very comfortable. Another plus, I would say this is not a plus of Spark ML, but a plus of popularity of Spark ML. If you, as a data scientist, develop your program in your model in Spark ML, and then you give this model to developers, they are much, much happier than if you develop your model in some third-party language unfamiliar for engineers. I said that previously that data scientists do not look Scala. Similarly, engineers do not look R. For example, I do not know R, and I hate it. And if you present results of your work in R to engineering team, that will cause difficulties. Of course, frameworks solve this problem differently. In H2O, we saw that all the models can be exported as Java files. With Spark ML, even simpler, because the model is developed in Spark ML, and developers most probably use Spark Core for execution of their programs, and the API is very familiar. Okay, the last but not the least framework on our radar is deep learning. And if If we are talking about deep learning, most probably it will be TensorFlow. These days is the most popular framework. Some history. Originally, it was developed by Google and released under Apache 2 license in 2015. What is Apache 2 license? It means that you can use it for free. You can modify it and use it. You can use it unmodified. So it is less restrictive license. And TensorFlow is one of the most popular frameworks for deep learning. It is very popular. It is so popular that even the documentation on their official website is translated into multiple languages. But the question is, can it run inside Hadoop cluster? And the answer here is not definitive, because there is nothing mentioned about Hadoop on their official website, but there are a number of frameworks, open source frameworks, for example, Tony, which allows to run TensorFlow in Hadoop. Oh, sorry, I forgot. So TensorFlow can run in distributed mode. In distributed mode means that there could be several TensorFlow clusters, but they are not clusters inside Hadoop. They should be separate clusters, like in old H2O. Remember that I was showing you the pictures. And TensorFlow can run as a standalone cluster, but to run it inside Hadoop as a standalone application would require you to utilize extra software. This software is not very popular. I never tried it, so it is what it is. There are also other attempts to run TensorFlow inside Spark, and there are numerous of attempts like TensorFrames, SparkFlow, TensorFlow on Spark, Spark TensorFlow distributor, but all of them are kind of unofficial, and they appear and disappear every day. Therefore, I question ability of TensorFlow to run inside Hadoop, unfortunately. Probably if you have a lot of very good engineers next to you, they will start TensorFlow inside Hadoop cluster. But you will not be able to run it as a single click following to the official documentation. Okay, the last slide. The last slide lists my thoughts about machine learning in Hadoop, and should we use it or should we use local data science? Just a couple of things. Is it faster? Of course, Hadoop has tens or probably hundreds of servers, but it is not always faster if we talk about data science. A good example, if your data set is 100 megabytes, then your local RStudio will process this 100 megabytes faster, because overhead for distribution and overhead for running remote executors in Hadoop for processing those 100 megabytes is much, much larger. Therefore, it is not given, and it is not fact that machine learning in Hadoop is faster. It's generally faster if you have large volumes of data, but not always. Is it simpler? And here again, I would say that local machine learning and local data science is they are simpler because they are more popular. And as we saw with SparkML, Everything which is more popular has better documentation, has more blog posts, has more guys to help you. And with Hadoop, this discipline is not, as we saw, there are a lot of frameworks. Some frameworks are pretty alive, some frameworks are almost dead, like Mahal. You would have to a good point. You will not probably be able to set up those frameworks without help of engineering team. With RStudio, you simply install the RStudio. With Jupyter is the same. With Tableau is the same. But with machine learning frameworks in Hadoop, you would have to ask engineers to set it up, to show you a couple of trivial examples how to use them. It is more complicated. And does machine learning in Hadoop have more algorithms? No. Local RStudio has more algorithms because it is simply more mature and more people developed and contributed different kind of operations are there. Moreover, it is much simpler to develop algorithms which are run locally. No need to distribute the data, no need to process the data on multiple nodes and then combine results. So yeah, even with number of algorithms, local development is far ahead of machine learning in Hadoop. But as we started with, sometimes, and especially for large companies, for large companies that have Hadoop clusters, that have a large number of data, you have no other choice because you have to utilize large data sets. You simply cannot use local RStudio for this. Of course, you might use it in combination. You might use it. You might use local data science and then do the same with Hadoop machine learning frameworks. But yeah, there are still some cases when it is not possible to use local environment for making data science in large companies. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. You were great listeners and very silent listeners.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for very informative session. We came to know about various machine learning frameworks available in Hadoop, such as SQL, Mahau, H2O, etc. Also got an idea about deep learning frameworks such as TensorFlow. So now we will move on to the interactive session. You can pause, the participants can post your questions in the chat box.
No questions. Guys, do not hesitate.
All are requested to fill the feedback form given in the chat box.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for kind words, guys.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to our resource person. Thank you, sir. Now we are presenting a token of appreciation to our resource person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Now it's time for the paper presentation. It will start at 3:30 p.m. All the participants are requested to move to the respective track rooms. Thank you.
Dr. Sergey Triber, the session was really informative, and you have been showing the different platforms and different IDEs where we can develop the programs. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable session. And hopefully in the near future also, we expect the same cooperation from your side. Thank you very much. Dear participants, we request all of you to rejoin back at 3:20 p.m. Let's take a short break, and by that time we'll start a paper presentation competition. And as mentioned, it will be divided into 4 tracks. The track has been already assigned. So see you all at 3:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. We are about to begin the next session of paper presentation. I request all the participants to move to the respective track rooms.
Madam, this is Dr. Christopher. May I talk to the convener, please? Good evening, ma'am. Are you in the line? Good evening, madam. This is Christopher. Is it audible for you?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You are very much audible. Hello, Christopher, sir.
Yeah, sir. Sir, you are the faculty?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm Rohit
Okay.
Thomas.
Okay, okay. Very nice to talk with you, sir. Sir, I'm ready. If everything is ready, we can start the session. You are not audible, sir. Sorry, you are not audible.
Sir, can you hear me now?
Now it's audible. Now it's audible.
Okay, sir. You need to move to track one. Track one in the breakout room.
I have to leave and I have to move to track one.
Yes, sir. You have to join in the track one.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Track one fully for
ബിന്നി മിസ്.
സിജിന പറഞ്ഞോ.
സിജിന ബിന്നി മിസ് ഉണ്ടോ അവിടെ?
ബിന്നി മിസ് ട്രാക്ക് 4 ആണ്.
എന്ത് മിസ്? എന്തെങ്കിലും പേപ്പർ മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
ഒരു മിസ്സിന്റെ ട്രാക്കിൽ നിന്ന് പേപ്പർ 26 വേറെ ഇട്ടോട്ട് മൂവ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
26 അല്ലേ?
സാറ് വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് 4 ആവും, അതുകൊണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
ഓക്കെ, ഇനി 24 ഉം 25 ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
അത് രണ്ടും ഉണ്ട്. ഹലോ മിസ്സേ.
എന്തോ മിസ്സേ?
വിളിച്ചു നോക്കിയോ? അല്ല, അവിടെ കോൾ ചെയ്തോ മിസ്സേ?
ഇല്ല.
ഇപ്പൊ 24 and 25 പ്രസന്റ് ആണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചേ.
ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ നോക്കാം.
അങ്ങോട്ട് വിട്ടു.
റോബിന മറിയാം, സൗമ്യ കുസി.
സൗമ്യ കുസി നമ്മളെ മിസ്സാണ്.
റോബിന മറിയാം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
മാത്രമേ പുള്ളിക്കാരി അങ്ങോട്ടാ വിടുന്നത്.
അവൻ വിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ.